Do you guys not pull an audience?
Oh, yeah, me too. Everybody thinks I can 5 minutes before the hearing.
Yes. That'll give us time to reading.
It just came in.
You wore your blue, so everybody wore their blue today.
Vern and I, there's assuming that I know what the hell it is.
And I'm saving you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the September 11th Planning Commission meeting for the City of Oregon City. And in light of what today is, I would like to ask if we could just take just one moment of silence just to honor something that happened 16 years ago. So if we could just take a quick moment. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for that. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for coming tonight. We have a number of items on our agenda. And in second item, after I've called the meeting to order, are there any comments from members of the public who are here who do not have an item currently on this agenda? If you would like to come forward and chat with us, we would love to see you.
There's a lot of people here for Laura's communications at the end of the thing.
Well, you know, I find those to be the most exciting part of the meeting myself. So, you know, we are all ears. Maybe we should flip the agenda and hear those first. But okay, here, seeing that there isn't anybody here that is wanting to talk to us about something that's not currently on the agenda tonight, we will move into the regular agenda. Well, it was the regular agenda, so we'll move into the rest of the agenda, which is item number 3. And we have 2 public hearings on our agenda this evening. And as many of you know, we have our land use procedures that we need to go through to just remind everyone about what we're doing. And some of you probably have it memorized by now. I probably should have it memorized by now. Anyway, we have a public hearing tonight, a variance on Oregon City Municipal Code. Oh, you don't have the file number on here. Do we have a file number, Pete?
Not
on my agenda.
VR 17-05 or up here.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, yeah, I'm not looking up there, though. I'm looking at my piece of paper here. Okay, so what he said, because I don't have it on my sheet here. All right.
PC 17-096.
Where do you see that? I see PC 17. That's a different thing. All right. So we do have that item on the agenda tonight. It's a variance request. And bear with me as I read the quasi-judicial land use hearing script. And if you know it, just mouth it along with me. It's just great. So we have a public hearing tonight on a land use application 2 that have been scheduled for this evening. Staff reports have been prepared for each application and have been made available to the public 7 days before the public hearing. The staff report identifies approval criteria that applies to each applicant's proposal. Staff has analyzed that criteria, which is contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial land use hearing procedure that the Planning Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. The public hearing procedures are not on the chart because the chart is missing, so just bear with us on that. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card, and I do have several here. If you decide, if we get halfway through and you want to do that, just come up and testify and you can fill out the speaker's card afterwards. So speakers will proceed in the order in which their card is received. Please fill out your name and address or your email if you want to be notified of the decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony by stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed to the applicable criteria. And I repeat this every hearing. Please don't tell us that you really like it. We are looking for criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those that are addressed in our staff report, please identify and discuss those criteria and explain how and why you believe they apply to the application under consideration. Person may submit any written material while the public record is open on each application. Any written materials received by the city staff during the time period in which the public record is open will be placed in that public record. Written materials submitted during the public hearing must be presented to the city staff in order to become a part of that record. If a person intends for PowerPoint presentations, oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits to be used in their testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to the city staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they will not be included in the record. Any person wishing to request a continuance to present additional evidence and testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public hearing portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission makes a decision which you disagree, any issue that you may wish to appeal must have been raised for consideration of the City Commission and or the Land Use Board of Appeals or both. Without raising an issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond, the issue will not be deemed appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. So we will now open the public hearing on the file for the variance. And I will ask if any commissioner has any ex parte conflicts of interest, bias, or any other statement to declare. And we'll start down with Mr. Mahoney.
None that I know of.
None, and I've been to both retail businesses on the current site.
I've been to both sites and I don't have any conflicts that I know about.
Mr. Johnson?
I visited the site, no conflict of interest.
I drive by it all the time, and my barber's across the street, but other than that, I haven't had any business with anybody.
And I drive by it often, but today I was running late because I actually drove there today to drive around the side streets and take a look at it again. So I'd be really familiar with it tonight.
Good.
No biases.
And I am familiar with the site, and I do not have any ex parte conflicts or other statements to declare. Does anyone in the audience wish to question any of the commissioners about what we have just stated? Okay, we will move on. Mr. Walter.
Thank you, Chairman.
Please give us your most excellent staff report, please.
Planning file VR 17-05 is a variance from Oregon City Municipal Code 17.54.110C-1. Applicant is Travis Moffett. The applicant is represented by Corinne Selko of Emerge Law Group. Both the applicant and the representative are here this evening. The property in question is located at 1015 Malala Avenue. I'll show you a map shortly. It's Clackamas County Map 3-2E 5BD Tax Lot 00402. The applicant wishes to convert the former restaurant space at this location into a marijuana retail facility. The site is less than 250 feet from Mountain View Cemetery, which is designated as a park by Oregon City. And subsequently, the applicant has requested a variance from the park buffer requirements in the code that I just mentioned. This code section states restrictions on location, marijuana dispensary or retailer. Marijuana retailer shall not locate under subsection 1 within 250 feet of any public parks, licensed childcare and daycare facilities, and public transit centers.
No, we're not getting anything
She's gone to fix it.
Technology.
on our screen, so just thought
Okay.
you should know.
All right, well, hopefully you can get that flipped over so you don't have to crane your necks.
Really bad. Unavailable.
This is an aerial photograph of the site. You'll see that it's at the intersection of Malala Avenue and Harris Lane. And you can also see from this aerial photograph, the area on the northeast side of the photograph is the green area. I'll wave my here, which is the edge of Mountain View Cemetery. This building is an office building that fronts Malala Avenue, and the cemetery is located behind that. And this, the way that the buffer or separation distance is measured in the code is between the nearest property lines. So when that is measured on the Oregon City GIS map, it looks like this. The tax lot boundary is within less than 250 feet of the cemetery, 89 feet from tax lot line to the boundary of the cemetery. Measured in this direction, if you measured it to the east, it's a distance of 413 feet. This is a photo from the street of the existing building, and this is where the existing, or the Papalote Mexican restaurant is. It just closed. So this retail facility, if the variance is approved and a business license is issued, would take up this space at the corner. And this is the view from Malala Avenue, standing on the sidewalk, looking directly at it. This is from Harris Lane, looking over at the entrance. This is from the opposite corner across Harris Lane, standing on Malala Avenue here. And this shot here is standing on Malala Avenue, looking back up towards the hilltop, towards the edge of the building. If you go down Harris Lane, this is the view of the parking lot behind the building. And the cemetery is located roughly in the area indicated by the alley. These photographs are also in the record. If you went to the cemetery and walked to the edge of the cemetery in the corner, which is where this photo here was taken, this is what you see looking across towards the building. There's a gravel lot, some storage, a fence, and some other storage behind the parking lot. We have received public comments from Larry Kraus that were entered and attached to the agenda. And then I've also given you written comments from Doug Neely as part of your packet today. Both Larry Kraus and Doug Neely are opposed to the approval of the variance. Criteria for a variance is specified here. Oregon City Municipal Code 17.60.030, a variance may only be approved if the following conditions exist. The variance must not be likely to cause substantial damage to adjacent properties by reducing light, air, safe access, or other desirable or necessary qualities otherwise protected by the zoning code. The request must be the minimum variance that would alleviate the hardship. C, the variance would equal or exceed the purpose of the regulation to be modified. D, any impacts from the adjustment are mitigated. E, there are no practical alternatives have been identified which would accomplish the same purpose and not require a variance. And F, the variance must conform to the comprehensive plan and the intent of the ordinance being varied. So in our staff report, we've gone through and provided findings, recommended findings for compliance with not only these variance criteria, but also with the underlying zone district requirements. The site is zoned mixed-use corridor. And the mixed-use corridor zone is a zone that allows a variety of different businesses and types of uses. When these regulations for marijuana retail businesses were being developed and adopted through the city's process last year, we had a series of maps that we used to look at the various separation requirements that were being considered. We looked at not only the state mandated school buffers, which are 1,000 feet from any primary or secondary school, public and private, but also a local jurisdiction can pass what is called time, place, and manner regulations, which the state law allows the local jurisdiction to pass to further regulate those uses if they want to. So Oregon City did adopt some specific local regulations, including the 250-foot buffer from parks, daycares, and transit centers that we mentioned in the code. We also adopted what are called basic business operations standards that regulate things like safety, refuse containers, and things like that. A lot of those are already regulated by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, but the city also adopted some things locally as well. So we've made findings for compliance with those. And when we looked at the variance criteria, the two findings that we made with respect to the variance criteria C, the purpose, was having to do with the intent of the ordinance. We not only adopted a 250-foot buffer and a 1,000-foot buffer and a 1,000-foot separation requirement between retail facilities, but we looked at a series of maps and during that process discussed the number of businesses that could hypothetically be located in the city if they were all approved. And based on that, we made a finding that the applicant did not address that the marijuana spacing requirements as separated from parks and from each other serve a critical function of limiting the number of retail businesses in the city. And the applicant did not address that. They did address how the business would be mitigated with respect to what they felt was a different use of the cemetery as opposed to a park, and they're going to talk about that. But they did not address the overall number of retail locations in the city that could be affected through approval of this variance.
Can I ask what that means?
Sure. So, on the one hand, you had a 250-foot buffer that ostensibly protects children from exposure to marijuana retail and the negative impacts of that. Applicant has made a good case that a cemetery use is different from a park use in terms of being a place where children congregate. There's some testimony about that in the record for and against. But we felt as staff that we're also having a larger goal of regulating the overall number of businesses in the city. And to that extent, through the buffers that were adopted, the applicant did not address that.
So that's what I wanted to clarify. Regulating the number of businesses or the number of marijuana businesses?
It's marijuana businesses.
Marijuana businesses.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we, as a planning commission, the city commission, ever put a limitation on how many shops there could be in our city?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
So just to clarify, when the Planning Commission and City Commission reviewed these standards, remember we went through these series of maps with different buffer sizes, and we were layering, the 1,000 feet, we were layering various restrictions on top of each other to look at the overall cumulative effect. And so that's what we're searching for here is we didn't have the information that talks about what's the cumulative effect if this variance was granted.
That it might bring in, exceed what we were thinking when we were talking about it back then?
There was just nothing in the record about it. So we need to talk about when we adopted a package of standards that went together to create a map to show where the available locations would be. And so how does this granting this variance affect that overall map or the cumulative effect?
But at the time, we didn't make an absolute decision.
No, there's no number.
Okay.
What it was we played around with the different buffer sizes to see how much available space and is that enough or insufficient. And so it's addressing the overall cumulative.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. And the second criteria that we didn't feel was met, basically because they hadn't identified how the variance would regulate that number, was the mitigation for that. Because having potentially exceeded the number of preferred locations, you would then be required to mitigate for that in some manner, and they have not identified that. So those two factors or criteria we didn't feel were met, and subsequently we're recommending denial of the variance application. If you have any other questions about the rest of the staff report, I'd be happy to answer those, but I just focused on the two factors that we didn't feel were met and which are the basis for the recommendation for a denial.
Anybody else want any more detail?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
We do have our Parks Director here, our Community Services Director, Phil Lewis, who's willing to answer any questions you might have from the staff at the Parks Department, since they manage the cemetery.
And I'm assuming that the cemetery is on that city list of park sites, correct?
It is.
Okay.
I guess probably one of the things we probably all should, I'm assuming that we all have been to the cemetery, and I don't know if that constitutes any sort of conflict or anything. We've all been there for, unfortunately or fortunately, services, or in my case, my family has folks there, and we do a decoration day cleanup every year, or twice a year, and spend quite a bit of time there, hanging out, literally. Does that constitute any sort of issue?
I don't think that, I mean, I think that goes to a site visit, and when
Yeah.
you had said you'd been, most of you said you'd visited the site.
Yes, that's
I
right.
assume that you visited the cemetery when you were visiting the site, because they are so close together. It'd be hard to visit the site and not see
be
the
at the cemetery,
cemetery.
yeah.
But if you want to, anybody else wants to clarify the extent of their site visit, it would be appropriate to do that now.
I'd like to know, is this the only cemetery in Oregon City that's considered a park, or every cemetery a park?
It is the only cemetery that we manage that's considered a park.
The city, is this the only one the city manages?
The only
and it's
city
considered a park?
managed park cemetery.
At the St. John's.
There's a Catholic cemetery.
I know that.
It's privately owned. There is the Straight Cemetery, which is
Down
on
near us,
Clackamas
yeah.
River Drive, but that's also on private property
Right.
and managed
I'm well aware of that.
privately.
So my question, continuing,
No, there are no others either.
does Portland or other communities consider their cemeteries parks? Do you know?
They do, well, I would say
Lone Fir
Metro
is.
manages a number of other.
I've been alone for,
Yeah.
I keep thinking as I read through all the documentation that came our way, I'm probably the only person who drives a hearse who considers it a park to go and take pictures of my hearse. I've never seen anybody go to just sit there close to their proximity, but again, I've been to so many cemeteries. Okay,
Yeah.
I've been to so many cemeteries. but
Parks
I
are
don't
used
consider
for all
parks.
sorts of different reasons.
Yeah, I would
Don't
say.
just-
I just can't
don't
see
just
people
play
going and
baseball out.
playing, unless it was the Addams Family. I saw that in a movie.
Yeah,
but I
it's
just
a-
can't picture it.
The 55-acre property, we have many individuals that use it for walking, for health, and respite, for mental health, wildlife viewing. We do some public events there for
I'm aware of
Memorial
those,
Day
yes.
and Parents and Murdered Children.
I was just wondering, because I was wondering how it became a park, or if we were the only ones. I think you've answered my questions.
The
Thanks.
state one.
I'll just state for the record that I've got at least 3 generations buried there, and I've visited the site. And in relevance to what's happening, as a kid, I used to go in there with my illegal beer and hide behind the mausoleums and drink. So whether you're supposed to be there or not, kids go there. So didn't tip over any headstones. Geez, I'd be underneath one if that had,
I know your dad would have killed you.
everybody would have, yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to move that over there so I don't hit the gavel with my water. Okay, so we're going to continue to open the public hearing, and I'll call these names off here. Travis Moffett. Would you like to come here? Yes, would you like to come forward and testify?
I think this is the time for the applicant to testify. And I think
Yes.
Mr. Moffett and Ms. Selko would be the applicant.
Okay, all right. Well, then I didn't get to the second card. Ms. Selko,
Thank you.
shall we give him a minute?
Sure, I can start while he's setting it up.
Okay.
Good evening.
Before you get started, may I ask you sort of a procedural question? Is there a reason why we did not get your material ahead of time in our packet? Because obviously we aren't going to have time to read it tonight.
It was in response to the staff report, which was just emailed to us late last week. So we, timing-wise and putting it together, this was the earliest that we could have it provided to you.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what's going on over here? Because obviously we're not going to be able to keep any of that. Are we going to be taking pictures? I don't know what he's planning. Are you planning to do like some whiteboard stuff?
No, I have a map.
Oh, you have a map, okay.
But you have electronic copies that were all emailed and should be filed, I believe.
They were hand-delivered to you today. And
Not till tonight, because we just seen.
sorry, tonight, and as Exhibit B are copies of the maps.
Just state your name before you start.
Sure.
Sorry.
Chair McGriff, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Corinne Selko with Emerge Law Group. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Green Planet, Inc. And with me tonight are the owners, Travis Moffett, and sitting behind us here too, we have Miranda Murray and Justin West. To start this presentation, I'd like to begin with the reasoning for the staff's recommendation of denial of this application. As you've heard from Mr. Walter, staff found that the intent of the purpose behind this 250-foot buffer from public parks was spacing requirements and the number of retail locations that would be allowed within the city. The reason why nothing was presented to this point in our initial application narrative is not because the applicant could not meet or exceed that purpose. It's because that purpose was not made apparent. When you know, as the commission is well aware, state law requires that this application be approved or denied based solely on the standards and criteria listed in your code. And so one of the standards for a major variance is that the variance meet or exceed the purpose of the regulation to be modified. And when we're looking for what the purpose of the regulation to be modified is, in this particular instance, we look to the standards for marijuana businesses, your marijuana regulations. And in that section, that requires a 250-foot buffer between a marijuana retailer and public parks, there is no stated purpose. There's no purpose statement, in fact, for any of the marijuana business regulations. So there was nothing explicit for the applicant to go on for what they would be responding to the purpose of the regulation to be modified. If we looked to the meeting minutes of the Planning Commission and the City Commission during during the proposal for these marijuana regulations, I've prepared for you in Exhibit A to the submittal that you got tonight, the relevant minutes and the highlighted portions showing that it appeared that the main purpose of the 250-foot buffer regulation was to prevent marijuana retailers from being located near locations where children congregate. There did not appear to be anything explicit that talked about the purpose of the regulation to be to limit the number of marijuana retailers in the city. While there was a series of maps presented to you that may have shown the effect that these buffers may have had, the fact that the effect may have resulted in a limited number of marijuana retailers does not necessarily mean that that was the intent or purpose of the regulation to be modified. So the reason why state law requires that approval or denial of a land use application be
judge solely on the criteria and standards found in your zoning code is out of fairness, so that the applicant knows what they're up against and that they can fully prepare you for why they meet or exceed those standards and criteria. And here, it wasn't clear that this was a purpose of the regulation to be modified. And with that, I'd submit to you that purpose, you should reject that purpose. It wasn't made clear, and the applicant was not required to respond to that. Having said that, nevertheless, if you find that indeed a purpose of the 250-foot buffer regulation was to limit the number of marijuana retailers located within the city, or rather to manage the spacing requirements and the overall number of marijuana retailers within the city, we've provided for you a series of maps, which Travis will give a little demonstration of, to show you that even if you approve this variance, the number of marijuana retailers allowed to be located in the city will not change. And the reason for that is because of a different regulation in your code. Your code also requires that marijuana retailers be at least 1,000 feet away from one another. And so, as you'll see from this mapping system that we'll display for you, there was already one approved established marijuana retailer to the north of this site, which is Gnome Grown. And there's an approved established marijuana retailer to the south of this site, which is Electric Lettuce. And there's only a limited amount of retail, commercially zoned space in between those two established marijuana retailers in which another marijuana retailer may locate. If the Green Planet is approved at this location, its 1,000-foot buffer will wipe out any other commercially zoned retail space that could be allowed. So this would be the only marijuana retailer allowed in between Gnome Grown and Electric Lettuce. If the Green Planet is denied, there is still space in between those two for at least one other marijuana retailer. So approval or denial of this variance will not change the number of marijuana retailers allowed within the city, and approving this variance will not increase the number of marijuana retailers within the city. With that, I'll let Travis go ahead and show you the maps.
Hello, my name is Travis Moffett. I'm president of Green Planet, Inc. Born and raised Oregon City, just going to say that. I'm going to move around a little bit because my display is over there, so I'll speak loudly, and hopefully we can...
Hold on just a second.
Oh.
Laura, if he's moving around, that's not going to get picked up on the mic for the testimony, and those don't pull out and go anywhere.
Yeah, he could stand here and talk, or I can
Okay.
go to, if that's okay.
Okay, that'd be
I
great.
should be able to make that work.
Bend these up for you.
He's going to be at the map, Laura, so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't see that.
Chairman Griff, I think you might be able to follow along with the map, the picture that I've provided in Exhibit B.
Her concern is to get his voice on tape because it's on television.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay, well, I've never spoken into a microphone before. I'm not a performer. I also don't have a law degree, but I like simple displays, things that prove a point visually that we are meeting the intent of the variance. As was mentioned by Corinne Selko, there is a licensed facility to the north of us, and that would be Gnome Grown. And on the map here, where we're looking, this is Moala Avenue, running primarily north and south. And up here is Gnome Grown.
You want to turn the other way?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Gnome Grown.
We don't generally get this, so, it's trial and error.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So this represents, to scale, a 2,000-foot wide across circle. 1,000 feet from the center, each direction is what's allowed and what's blocked out by an existing dispensary. Now, we dead center this. On our map. Now that meets the limitations set forth by the city for that dispensary. Down to the south of us here is Electric Lettuce, already up and operating, licensed and approved dispensary. Again, another 2,000-foot circle. This 2,000-foot circle, again, represents the boundaries set forth by the law to limit the dispensaries. Now, between these 2 points, all the properties in orange are already pre-approved by the city to be pre-zoned for a dispensary. So if the property was available and somebody wanted to go in, they can in any one of these orange spaces. So happens, the good space we found is directly across the street from an entire block zoned for that. Now, if we go in here, our circle, another 2,000-foot circle, encompasses the existing space. So the bubbles can touch, but they can't meet center to center. That means we're too close together. So if we are approved, we absolutely lock out the rest of Law Avenue. Now, the interesting thing is, before we came in, I pulled a public records request. On the public records request shows a property due south of us at Buckner Lane has an application in. In fact, they're next in line behind us. So approving the variance or denying the variance, next in line is a dispensary 165 feet away. Now, there's a big difference that 165 feet does. Now, if you place
Before you go forward, I'm a little bit lost because your circle is overlapping the bottom circle.
Which is perfectly okay.
They just can't
This represents
they can't meet
1,000
the
feet.
center.
They can touch. This just can't touch the center of either circle.
The center's where the current stores are.
I know.
So
If it's a buffer and they overlap,
They
then
can
that's
completely
not
over-
1,000 feet then.
see how this circle here, there's a black dot in the center that represents the center. This can go all the way through as long as it doesn't touch center. If it touches center, now there's 1,000 feet buffer that's being broken and it's no longer to code.
So it's not from the edge of the circles to the center?
To center a circle, center a circle.
Pete, do you agree with that?
It's 1,000 feet.
Just as a request, please don't speak from the audience unless you come up or you could send a note to Mr. Walter and he could ask the question. We're happy to have questions, but he's on deck right now. Thank you.
So the 1,000 feet is from here to here. That same 1,000 feet can be shared in another circle to center. So as long as it doesn't go center to center, it's more than 1,000 feet. Now, the property directly to the south of us that is in line for a marijuana retail license, this would represent their bubble as well. So if their variance goes in, there's at least there's 5 tax lots left open for additional dispensaries if we are denied our variance. The unique thing that I didn't realize until after making this map and checking the scale is the variance actually holds tighter and truer to the later stated ruling that is to limit dispensaries. If you wanted to limit the dispensary in the area, ours uniquely lines up to center and encompass that part of Malala Avenue. So this is just a simple demonstration. I like paper. I like being able to move things around. A lot of times digital things get moved on. We look at them and go, yeah, it's another PowerPoint. I don't want to buy a timeshare. This is just a simple way of me proving my point. If we are approved and we hold true to the stated amendments or the stated purpose, which is to limit the dispensaries, this property itself uniquely almost holds more true to that than anyone around it. So unless somebody directly across the street, unfortunately, hopefully not your barber, decides to become a marijuana dispensary in this zone, there's no other properties that will take it out that way.
But I think there'd be a few properties that are north of that along Malala Avenue that would still be within the 2,000 foot or 1,000-foot buffer and still not touch the center of that, even though you do get a variance approval for
Well,
yours.
they have to be 1,000 feet from this center?
Correct.
1,000 from this center?
Right, but if you, but there's a variety of different places that you could put
Yes.
a store there that would fit within that buffer.
But the next one in line,
So-
because they go by business license applications to the city of Oregon City in order received. The next marijuana retailer in line is directly to the south of us on Buckner. If Foresight goes through, they prove that they meet all codes and the property can be built out, this is where their bubble would be.
But unfortunately, they're not the subject of this particular application. So
Yes, but I can use it as a demonstration to show intent of the law. Furthermore, with that, I think I covered it fairly well, and I'll turn things back over to Corinne.
Question. Wait, before you do that.
Yeah.
Could I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
The two big pink or red circles pass the 1,000-foot test. And you didn't mention, but I assume it probably also passes the 250-foot buffer from the cemetery or a park, the park in question?
Yes, those do. They've already been pre-zoned and approved.
Right. Now, the green one, if you or the next one in line passes the 1,000-foot in your demonstration, does it also pass the 250-foot?
Yes.
It's
You can see behind you on the larger one, the 1015, the corner there is where we would be. But all the properties directly across the street and all around us, all zoned. So literally 50 feet away on that corner, represented by this spot here.
approximate, I guess my question would be, how far are those points that you're considering as possible dispensaries, how far are they from the cemetery? Do they meet the 250?
Yes, every orange property on here meets the 250 zone. We are right here, just outside of that.
So you're the exception on this circle of not meeting both criteria.
Yes, this would be the route we're filing for the variance is because we are too close to the cemetery.
The others are far enough away.
Others are far enough away.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes.
If you do have a couple other possible locations within that green,
And I assume that's more than
what
two.
prevented you from choosing a piece of property in the green
Oh, okay.
as opposed to where you're?
Many things, property being available, landlord being able to lease to you, or many things that way. Just because it zones doesn't mean that people want to let me have my business there.
Laura, we're all signed off.
Yeah, no, it happened.
There we go. We got it.
You're mirroring his laptop and it went to sleep.
I have a question for you regarding that. Can we get back to that map that was on there?
Pretty damn confusing.
Your proposed property is 1015, not the 10,009.
True, yes, we're 1015, and of that building is subdivided, we are the southwest corner. That little chopped off ear would represent the closest space we would be in there.
I know what Peter said about the footage is marked from the property line, but how far actually from 1015, the back door, to the cemetery? Do you actually know how far that is from, other than the property line, just from the back door to that?
From shooting from the hip on the survey that was provided in there, I believe it was around 184 feet.
Okay. And by showing us this example up here, what you're trying to relate to us is that if this is not approved, anybody along that other side, as well as within 1,000 feet of electric lettuce, I think you called it, could put another shop in there. But would that preclude another shop from going in further down within that 1,000 feet up there? You know what I'm saying?
If we were granted the variance, or if we won't?
If you're not, can you take the green dot off? Okay, so you pointed out a shop there that's within, just outside the 1,000 feet, right there.
Right there.
So if there was another one put in there, could another one be put down further? Is that
that's
over
what he was-
1,000 feet?
Anywhere up there, yes.
So we could have two more other than just yours.
Yes.
If yours went in, there wouldn't be two more.
That is exactly correct. Also, the property line is something unique to Clackamas County and Oregon City. And because we have existing dispensaries in other cities and counties, a lot of them go by the space you occupy in the building to the nearest structure that they want to go, like a TriMet platform, things that direction. So every county, city is unique beyond state law. I heard you mention that earlier, sorry, just figured out.
And I saw in there, in some of the pictures, the fence was quite extensive between the properties.
Yes, and there's actually the gated spot they showed as the parking lot is for business parking related to behind us. That would be the drywall company in that. So we are actually encompassing this side of a secondary gate beyond the rear fence, beyond a gravel parking lot, and beyond the fence of the cemetery itself.
Okay.
All of our business would take place in the southwest front adjacent, parallel to Moala Avenue.
What's the backside used for? Just deliveries?
Deliveries come through our front door and are tracked and registered.
How much of the building, would you use the whole building? Is that?
No, we are occupying, I believe, 4,000 square feet total of the front side of that building. I believe I don't know the total square footage of the building. I believe it's over 20,000.
Any idea how close you are on 1015 to the residential area?
Since that wasn't in the provisions, that's not something we looked into.
Just wondered, because I drove down there just moments ago and wanted to see.
There's some people here to testify. They may tell you more about that.
Okay, I had some questions from my own mind after driving there.
Come on, back down.
Okay. Give this to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Travis.
Code violation.
Playing off of those points and your last question, Commissioner Guile, I think it's worth pointing out that part of what's in the application packet is a location map. It says proposed Green Planet dispensary tenant space location map, and it shows that from the closest point of the tenant space to the cemetery property line is over 200 feet away. So in other words, your city's code measures the buffer distance from property line to property line, but state law under the OLCC measures their buffers, like to schools, from the closest point of the tenant space in a building to the property line of the school. Okay. And so taking that similarly, we're looking at over 200 feet away from the closest point of the back of the tenant space to the property line of the cemetery.
May I ask then of the city attorney or of Laura, did we ever clarify in those other than 250 feet from or 1,000 feet from, did we say from a property line or from a business? We did? Okay. I'm trying to remember. There was a lot to read.
Not from a retail space. It was from the property line, because that's not an arbitrary thing.
Okay. That's why I was asking.
Yep.
And then I also think it's worth mentioning that, as we've talked about, the cemetery has landscaping and a fence that's shown in the pictures that Mr. Walter showed, as well as a fence for the gravel parking lot behind the tenant space. And so in order for there to be direct physical access from the cemetery to the tenant space, somebody would be walking from the entrance to the cemetery down Harris, which would result in if direct physical access walking would be over 1,000 feet away, and approximately 725 feet from the property when measured in a straight line.
Say the last part.
So if you were measuring in a straight line, someone walking from the cemetery to the entrance to the retail store, it would be 725 feet away. If you measure along the public right-of-way, which is normally what somebody would walk rather than hopping over properties, it's over 1,000 feet away. Okay. So one of the differences, I think, between what someone visualizes as a public city park, which is someplace that is open on all sides. It's not fenced or contained, and folks walking down the sidewalk can visit a green space. Whereas this cemetery, while by ordinance it has been deemed to be a city park, which part of the reasoning for that was so that city parks and recs could maintain it. The difference is that this cemetery, there's no direct physical access 89 feet to the property line, right? We've got two fences and trees and shrubs. And so when you look at it that way, the only direct physical access along a public right-of-way is over 1,000 feet away. So just to close out our response to staff's reasoning for their recommendation of denial, I think we've showed by the maps and this demonstration that Indeed, if you agree that the purpose or one of the purposes of the regulation was to limit the number of marijuana retailers allowed in the city, that approving this variance meets the spirit and intent of that purpose. If we're approved, we are the only marijuana retailer within that space of Malala Avenue. So we would not be increasing the number of marijuana retailers allowed in the city. Moving to some other approval criteria, which is that to the extent that the purpose of the regulation is deemed to be what it appeared to be from the minutes, which was, preventing locating a marijuana retailer near where children congregate. Again, I think we've shown the cemetery doesn't have a playground. It doesn't have recreational activities. While it's true, a cemetery is a place for people to walk, reflect, spend time, to remember their loved ones. There is no direct physical access that is within 250 feet of the proposed location. And I think when we're looking at the intent or purpose of the regulation, that certainly public parks that have playgrounds, that have recreational activities, that have daycares or camps or things of that nature that come and enjoy those spaces, this cemetery is not similar. It's not one of those cases where groups of children are going to be coming to congregate for fun and recreation. And I think that was the intent of the 250-foot buffer from public city parks. With regard to the mitigation criteria, I think we've shown that, in fact, if you look at the staff report, all of the other criteria in the staff report, the staff found that this application complied with as proposed. This was the only issue. This issue about the number of marijuana retailers in the city was the only issue. With regard to mitigation, the limited access, the limited visual from the cemetery, you can't actually see the part of the building or the tenant space that the Green Planet intends to occupy. And the Green Planet will put into place all of the robust security measures that the state requires, including cameras, commercial locks, alarm system, safes, and the sort of dual ID checking that would prevent any minor from being able to enter the store, as well as keeping products either behind glass or behind their employees that will help prevent any shoplifting. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions. If not, if Travis has a few last words he might share with you. If not, we're open to questions.
Just in my few last words would be, as I listen to the legal and I try to simplify it as there's basically two things we're trying to meet, would be one, either proving that we meet the intent of keeping children away, which I believe she makes a very positive argument that we do, and through our checks and procedures at the stores between all of our product is behind lock. It's all behind glass. There's no direct walk up and take. Our stores are kind of unique that way. We try to pride ourselves on security and procedures and holding true to those. We meet and exceed all state guidelines for that. And then secondary, I believe we've proven well that we hold to the intent of limiting retail spaces in the area if approved, and actually possibly uniquely covering all of it for potential other stores. Besides that, I think that's about where we're at. Glad to answer any questions. So.
Go ahead.
One quick question. You've covered it up with your little green dot, but
that's a big one.
as you indicated, prior to choosing this particular location, were you aware of the 250-foot limit?
I thought I found the perfect spot until I met Mr. Ben Blessings with Clackamas County zoning and went into Oregon City, and we discovered that they considered the cemetery a park. That was a surprise.
Okay,
I try to.
I'm fairly certain the maps on the city site would have shown it inside the exclusion zone if you used OC web maps.
I used the state maps and a different county map, and not all cities have open online access to it.
We do.
So, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I guess my question is maybe semi-relevant, but what happened to the business that was there?
They're no longer there. I cannot personally speak for the owner, but what first drew my attention there was when I went to go to the restaurant with a friend, there was a chain across the door. They were evicted is the short answer as to why we got the space.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just one more thing before you go. Did you say one of your other business owners is, I forgot which person, is there another person here that wants to testify in support of the variances? Are you Tiffany?
No. The owners are Miranda Murray and Justin West, but I don't believe that they filled out testimony cards.
Okay. All right. Okie doke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry, would you like to come on up? Larry Krause? How you doing?
Good.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just state your name for the record, even though I just said it.
Larry Krause.
Anytime you're ready, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe you guys all have a copy of my memorandum or brief. I'm basically going to follow that for the audience. I'm just going to read through it, and then you guys can ask me questions, after the fact. So my interest in this matter of variance opposition is as follows. I'm requesting that this hearing body refuse to grant this variance request in accordance with the applicable guidelines set forth in Oregon City Municipal Code, Section 17.60.030, variance grounds, which states that all the included criteria must be met for the variance to be granted. I find specifically that under subsections C through F of the Municipal Code, and this is a reading from subsection C, granting the variance will equal or exceed the purpose of the regulation to be modified. This is violated due to the severely prohibitive nature of the business for which the applicant has requested license to operate a retail marijuana dispensary close to a nearby cemetery. Most cemeteries are visited by people who are often in a grieving mode. The retail marijuana store, as well as liquor stores or taverns, should definitely be outside that 250-foot border area. The various state and county city regulations governing such a rule establishment are clear, and this does not comply with the Oregon City Municipal Code. No such dispensary may be located within the 250 feet of a public park, in this case a cemetery. The applicant's site plan clearly shows this is the minimum setback distance will be reduced by well over half the 250 separation to approximately 89 feet. Under Municipal Code Section D, any impacts resulting from the adjustments are mitigated. Obviously, there can be no mitigation on this impact. The violation will remain unmitigated for as long as the business continues in operation. This is close to the local cemetery and a memorial ground. Under subsection D-E, it says no practical alternatives have been identified which would accomplish the same purpose and not require a variance. We indeed have a practical alternative that has been identified. We're prepared to build a new commercial retail building at that Buckner Street location. This would accomplish the same purpose and not require a variance. And I believe this would create a dangerous legal precedent. Once you open the doors for something like this, I don't know how you legally cannot stop a tavern or any other business, that's of that nature from following suit. In subsection F, The variance conforms to the comprehensive plan and the intent of the ordinance being varied. The granting of this variance would not conform to the comprehensive plan nor fulfill the intent of the ordinance to be varied. The proposed variance directly violates both the letter and the intent of the plans, which were established after a lengthy and stringent study. I believe you guys were all part of that. This was deemed both appropriate and necessary concerning business operations of this proposed type. This is a clear code violation. To the best of my knowledge, and with tentative confirmation by the city's planning staff, the approval of a variance of any kind relative to the business of marijuana sales has never been granted under any circumstances. The nature of this type of business and the obvious adherent problems that can surround it are certainly serious enough in scope to preclude any consideration for this application being approved. Our proposal is to build a new commercial retail building at 1101 Malala Avenue. We've already been through the pre-app conference with the city planning staff, and I believe as long as we meet their design standards, we would have no issues with building a new retail building at this site location. The proposal to, let's see here. This would provide several significant benefits to both the city and the Berkeley Hills neighborhood as well. The addition of our proposed new leasable commercial tenant space that meets the city's new design standards for this area and located blocks away from the local cemetery will enhance the property values of homeowners and the livability too, while offering new businesses updated facilities which are badly needed in the Berkeley Hills area. I believe that stretch of Malala Avenue hasn't seen much new commercial activity in a while. Additionally, the building code upgrades required by the city planners for our proposed development of a new commercial retail building will be in line with the current Malala Avenue corridor improvements, which importantly help set a new standard and goal for the future, which in turn will provide increased enjoyment and connection to a vibrant and sustainable neighborhood environment. Those are my comments.
Yeah, do you have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
So you're saying that you're the builder developer of that new structure going in?
Yeah, that's a vacant lot on that corner. It used to be a gas station.
Is there any bias towards that versus having their own business across that and trying to kind of push them into your building?
Pardon me now?
Is there any bias about this, about the fact that you want to build a new building and you don't want them there, but you'd offer them a spot in your building?
Well, we're not going to lease it. We build to own or operate, you know, so.
So they wouldn't have a.
No, we have our own clients.
Okay, you know. So they're not allowed there, okay.
No, certainly not.
So Mr. Kraus, so just because I can't quite remember Buckner Lane, but I do remember the parcel that had the gas station on it. There was a cleanup, and it took forever and ever and ever to do the cleanup.
Yeah.
That's the site you're talking
yeah,
about?
we have DEQ.
Okay, no, you don't need to go into that. I'm just trying to, in my mind, remember that because I remember the gas station.
Right. We're right across the street from I think it's the Allstate Insurance.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
So.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Appreciate it. Okay. Tracy Noble. And Lynn Delmore, if you want to come on up too. We can pinch it with two people at a time.
You can begin if you like.
Sure, you can start anytime you like.
Oh,
Just
okay.
scoot up a little bit so that the mic can pick you up and give your name for the record, please.
My name is Tracy Noble. I'm a resident of Oregon City. Recently moved here about 5 years from Milwaukee in the hopes of raising my kid in a nice environment. I recently went to the Berkeley Hills Neighborhood Association where the proposed owners gave a speech. And I've seen and heard the talk about how if they put their store in, then these other stores aren't going in. I believe that that's irrelevant. It's kind of a bullying tactic. So if you don't put my store in, then you're gonna get two other stores. We should be lucky to have their store. I'm not gonna buy it. One of my other points is part of the documents regarding this is the fact that this marijuana store will offer goods that cannot be purchased elsewhere. In addition to those two, there's two more I've seen, one in the WB Market, one closer to Fred Meyer's. So there are actually 4 possible plus this one, and possibly more if they don't get this variance. And as far as the cemetery, not having kids, I was a kid once. I climbed fences. I didn't go around everything. So to say that no one is gonna ever cross that fence, I'm not buying it. Just as he said, he was there as a kid. That's all I had to say.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Lynn.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Lynn Delmore, and I live on Harris Lane. I'm emotional about this. I don't have any pretty pink and green circles, but I'll tell you, I live right where that box says 413.91 feet. I live at 465. I own 467. That is a rental. There are 33 families that live on Harris Lane. There may not be a playground at the cemetery, and I use it as a park, but there are 33 families that live within just a few hundred feet of this proposed marijuana dispensary. There's one 4 blocks south, the Electric Lettuce, and then there's another one that has either gone in or going in, a half a mile north. And I just do not see the need. I didn't see the need for those. I don't see the need for this. I think, frankly, it will lower my property values. I urge you, please do not add a variance or allow a variance of this. I look to the Planning Commission as you have the power and the ability to protect my property values. And if you allow a variance, you will not be protecting me. I am a long-term resident of Oregon City. I've lived here for 40 years. I've raised my children here. I have grandchildren here. I have grandchildren that come visit me. I won't be able to rent my unit to families. I just don't see a family wanting to move in there. So I just really urge you, strongly urge you to not allow the variance.
A couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Is there an access area from your homes here into the cemetery, or do you have to walk all the way around to get into the cemetery?
I walk around, and I walk it usually daily or every other day.
So there is no direct access to the cemetery from your area?
There is not. It's a lovely cemetery, though.
Oh, I've taken pictures there. It seems like sometimes I hear often since all the years I've been on here that we say that property values cannot be used as a criteria for declining businesses, just so you're aware of that. But
I understand.
I mean, they could go up, they could go down, and you never know what's going to happen with annexations or these kind of things. Just so
I understand that.
Okay, thanks.
I understand.
Appreciate it. Thank you
Any
so
other
much.
questions? Okay.
Taking the time.
One last comment to Mr. Moffett. You are not welcome in my neighborhood.
All right, Paige Hurt and Tiffany Hicks. Just whenever you're ready. Thank you. You're so welcome.
So my name is Paige Hurt, and I'm a resident of Oregon City, and I'm here also representing Oregon City Together. And if you're not familiar, Oregon City Together is a local coalition that helps and works to reduce and prevent youth substance use. And so speaking on behalf, as a program director, we would support the recommendation to deny the variance. So not to kind of go through it all again, because it's been, talked about what the variance is and what the current law or ordinance provides for, which is not having a marijuana retail dispensary within 250 feet of a park, and it's already been well stated that Mountain View Cemetery is considered a park. So we know that the variance notes that the cemetery has no playground, no ball fields, no recreational activities of any kind. And therefore, the lack of any recreational activities, children wouldn't be expected to congregate there. But we believe, contrary to this, that there are a number of reasons that the OCMC should continue to be recognized by the city as a designated park where children, in fact, do congregate and are encouraged to frequent. So one of those is there's a number of city events that happen there, public events that are hosted within the cemetery in the park area, where really there's a lot of youth and children that go to congregate there. So I think the annual cleanups were referenced, which is a pretty big family activity, but more so Memorial Day and the National Day of Remembrance to honor murdered children victims are both held there. So if you aren't aware, Mountain View Cemetery is the home of the beautiful Parents of Murdered Children Memorial Wall and hosts a National Day of Remembrance. This day is celebrated within the community in remembrance of the tragic loss our country suffers from the murder in the United States, and to remember and honor the loved ones lost. This event often includes speakers, music, the names of loved ones are read aloud. It's often followed by a barbecue with family and friends. And so oftentimes youth are there present for this event. And Mountain View Cemetery specifically has welcomed POMC and offered their site as a home to build their long-awaited memorial gardens. So I think it's frequented often by family and loved ones.
And I'm going to continue in the same thread. My name is Tiffany Hicks, and I'm here to reference to on behalf of Oregon City Together, a drug-free communities coalition. My colleague, Paige Hurt, was just kind of summarizing the first page of a letter that Oregon City Together presented as testimony tonight, and my purpose is just to continue that, and I'm going to read the following page for the record. The annual Memorial Day celebration hosted at Mountain View Cemetery features a number of speakers, tributes, and youth programs to honor and remember those that we have lost. Youth in attendance have included members of the Oregon City High School, Junior ROTC, Boy Scout Troops, 220, 113, 190, and Gardner Middle School and Grandview Baptist Church bands. Aside from the Boy Scout troops placing flags within the cemetery as part of a community service project, this event provides activities and crafts for children in attendance, including fire truck tours, coloring book activities, and birdhouse construction kits. By providing these activities at the events, the community is communicating that youth are wanted and welcome in this park. Additionally, the City of Oregon City is recognizing Newell Creek Canyon as Oregon City's big backyard. To quote, it features 52 acres of majestic trees, tumbling creeks, and passionate Oregon City neighbors. Development plans are in the works to establish trailheads for youth, family, and community use. This exciting development would significantly increase recreational activities and the frequency in which children and youth use this space. As such, this park should be protected as a recreational space within this community. Have you heard of Pokemon Go game? It's a craze, it's a global phenomenon, and it's a game that's highly popular with youth and children. The concept was to encourage youth to be more active in the real world using an app on their cell phones to seek and photograph cartoon images that are hidden in our diverse real world spaces. One of these cartoon images is actually located in the cemetery for youth to come in and locate as part of a scavenger hunt type activity. Oregon City Together recognizes that just because the park does not have traditional playground equipment or ballparks, it does not mean that it isn't used as a recreational space for the community. In conjunction with recognizing Mountain View Cemetery as an active place for youth to congregate and visit, managed by Parks Department, Oregon City Together has concerns that granting this variance would set a precedent for future exceptions. Oregon City is a good-sized community that provides ample opportunity for business development, and there is no need to impose on spaces already protected for youth by city ordinances. Oregon City Together supports providing safe and healthy living environments for our youth to thrive, which includes our community parks and recreation spaces. Oregon City Together encourages the Planning Commission to maintain the OCMC section 17.54.110C1 that prohibits marijuana retail dispensaries within 250 feet of city parks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Got the numbers right, too.
Rocky Smith. Thank you, ladies.
I'm losing my voice. First week of school. Rocky Smith, citizen of Oregon City. It's nice to be followed by citizens that know what they're talking about. I sat in the audience and I was listening to the applicants, which I believe actually made some very good points, and I think pointed out some flaws in what the past commission did, which I was part of, and things that I don't think we really knew or thought about. And so I think they did make some good points. However, even with those arguments, it's still a park. And when the commission looked at this, saw it as a park. When the neighbors that live in that street right there, this is their park. And so just sitting there, I listened to the applicant, and as soon as I heard that this is not a place where children congregate, well, then you don't know this cemetery. Because it definitely is. And I think the past speakers have pointed out many activities that happen in that cemetery throughout the year that are very much geared towards kids, if not, in addition, bring in kids for things like the Memorial Day celebrations and the Parents of Murdered Children Memorial Site. And, we used to, for many years, hosted Halloween events in the cemetery, living history events in the cemetery. Part of the Oregon City Optimist Club that constantly does cemetery cleanups with the ROTC. And I also thought about the Scouts that are constantly doing projects there. So I think to deny that this is a city park is a little naive. I think if you look at it just at that, you'll have your answer for this evening.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. What is our time limit for the rebuttal?
You haven't imposed a time limit
Well, no,
so far.
I'm just asking because I'm keeping track on my watch.
So I wouldn't impose a time
I'm asking
limit.
the question, what do we usually do for the rebuttal?
It's 10 minutes, I believe.
Okay, well, hopefully it won't take 10 minutes. But anyway, come on back up if you have something you'd like to chat with us about to rebut. Again, don't forget to say your name for the record again.
Okay, thank
We
you.
have fans at home watching this.
Thank you, Chairman Griff, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for having us back for rebuttal. We will make this quick. While the applicant does appreciate the comments made by the public, there's never been any denying that there are some children that do come to the cemetery, like previously mentioned. The distinction I think being made tonight is that there's a reason, perhaps, why not every cemetery in the city has been deemed a public park. And I think there's a distinction between what I think, many of our mind's eyes sees as the public park, like I mentioned, that isn't fenced, that has the playground and the ball fields and the recreational activities, and that children attend every day in and out in multiple large groups, rather than at just certain events. I don't discount the testimony that you've heard from the public, but I do see a distinction, and that distinction is what I'm trying to communicate to you tonight. That I think this is not to say that children won't be at the cemetery, just as much as it's not to say that we can't prevent children from being anywhere near any marijuana retail store. Children are going to walk the street. They're going to be at bus stops. They're going to be at corner stores or grocery stores that may be near within 250 feet of other retail stores. So I don't think that it's the commission's duty tonight to make sure that no child is within 250 feet of this retail store. I think the duty tonight is to ensure that this variance meets or exceeds the purpose of the regulation to be modified, the purpose of the 250-foot buffer. And I think we've shown that there's no direct physical access within 250 feet, that with the security measures implemented by the state, that we will ensure that, to the best of their ability, that minors will not be able to enter the store. The tenant space will not be visible from the cemetery. And I think in terms of mitigation, it's the same effect. While we are, in fact, asking for a variance to this regulation, the overall effect of where this tenant space is located and the nature of the cemetery and the visual barrier and the physical barrier, I think prove that we have met or exceeded the purpose of the regulation and mitigated any potential negative impacts from this variance to the greatest extent possible. Travis, do you have anything else to add?
You've done a wonderful job. I don't know if I could say anything more that wouldn't just delay your guys' time, other than, like I said, we are a family-based company, and I know that there are families concerned about us coming in the area. I know that doesn't exactly have to do with the law side of approving a variance, but, I like to let people know that we hear their concerns. The madam concerned about renting her home. Our family of employees love to live near their store. There's your rental tenant right there. And I guarantee you that any one of the Green Planet family would be very welcome in that neighborhood, and their children. Many of our employees have children. Many of our employees, like I said, it's an employee family. And like I said, we've got another store that's just outside the boundaries of a daycare. That's great. The employees have somewhere that their kids can go close. Their families can go close. The GP family extends from store to store. So it's not just a business coming into your neighborhood, it's a group of families. I know that doesn't directly apply to the law, but not everything's black and white. There's gray areas, there's feelings involved with everything. So I just trying to say that I do hear the community as well. And we would love to be part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, gentlemen?
I think we're ready to deliberate.
Are you ready to close the public hearing and deliberate?
Yep.
Or ask questions? I have some questions of staff.
Go ahead and
Can I close the public hearing and we still have questions for staff? Okay. All right, just going once, going twice. Is there anybody else out there that maybe didn't sign a sign-in sheet and may decide at the last minute want to testify on this item before I close the public hearing? I just want to make sure he's shaking his head in the back. No. So, yes. Derek, come on up. Thank you. I just want to always ask because sometimes people change their minds.
Thank you, Denise. I did walk in late. I apologize.
No,
Derek Metzen, Green Box Architecture, 1300 John Adams Street in Oregon City. I'm familiar with the Merge Law Group and their evaluation of zoning and land use regulations. I think it's spot on in this instant. There's no direct access from a pedestrian standpoint, which is what most people see the store from. it is a very long way to access that park. And I understand the community's concerns. I understand their request for a variance, and it is not within 250 feet, but this is what variances are requested for. In unique situations in which a strict interpretation of the code does not make sense, that's why we have variances. And I believe if you look at this, not from a map that we're looking at here on the screen, but from a practical standpoint, this variance is a reasonable request. And I ask that you take that into consideration. Thank you.
I didn't get your name and what you.
Derek Metzen, Greenbox Architecture.
He said it, but I didn't catch it. And what was Greenbox?
Greenbox Architecture.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Can I have one follow-up comment?
Here's the
thing.
problem.
Yeah.
We've had
Already rebuttal.
we've
Yes, I know. Do you have anything you'd like to rebut to what Mr. Mattson just said?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Then we need to close.
Okay, then we're gonna close the public hearing. So, close the public hearing and allow for deliberation by the commission. Pete, I do have one question at the beginning. Did we get any comments from, I know in the staff report it said that they made a presentation to the Berkeley Hills Neighborhood Association.
Mm-hmm.
And was there any comment from the Berkeley Hills Neighborhood Association about whether they support this, don't like it, whatever?
Not that we got during the formal public comment period.
Okay, but they did make a presentation to the Neighborhood
Right,
Association?
right.
Okay. All right. That was just that was a concern I had, because I wasn't aware that they had.
made two presentations. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, any thoughts, comments?
Pete, would you mind restating the ORS cannabis regulation and the part where the city has the provision to make rules such as this 250-foot barrier that
Okay. So
Did we spend on this?
when
Many. I remember.
Wasn't it on the screen? Can you flip back to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually under criteria C, I think.
Yes.
That's what I wrote down.
Yeah,
That's what I wrote down as well.
in the staff report.
Right.
Page 9 of 20.
Page 9.
Yeah. So go to the staff report.
Yeah, so we had quoted a section from the League of Oregon Cities guidance manual that talked about what local governments can entertain as far as local regulations go, in addition to the state law, if that's what you want me to refer to. But
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't actually quote the state law section. Keeping in mind that state law allows for the licensing of marijuana retailers, wholesalers, processors, producers, and laboratories, cities may want to impose restrictions on where marijuana businesses and facilities can locate in relation to other zones or specified locations and based upon the specific type of marijuana business. For example, a city could impose limits on the distance of marijuana businesses or facilities from, and then it lists various areas. A residential zone or multi-use zone, which includes residences, places where children congregate, a public elementary, private elementary, secondary, or career school attended primarily by individuals under the age of 21, a public library, a public park, public playground, recreation center or facility, a licensed child care facility, a public transit center, any game arcade where admission is not restricted to persons aged 21 or older, and another licensed medical marijuana facility licensed by the Oregon Health Authority, or a recreational marijuana facility licensed by the OLCC, any public property not including the right-of-way or any combination of the above. So those were some of the guidance that was given. And the city selected 3 specific areas that we chose to add a 250-foot buffer. We also adopted the 1,000-foot separation requirement between retailers. What we did when we looked at Malala Avenue and a corridors where mixed use is permitted was to exempt, well, we have a restriction on locating next to a residential zone unless the property is located on a corridor.
So the residential zone of Harris Lane does not apply then?
It doesn't apply there.
Because that was a question I had.
Yeah, because when we discussed that during the rules making area, it would have precluded virtually any corridor that had mixed use or commercial on it, because a lot of our commercial corridors have residential zoning immediately abutting them behind them.
Abutting.
Yeah. So
the other thing I had a question about was, and maybe this is my error, which it may be, is that when we put the 1,000-foot buffer, where did we put in there? It's from the center line of the circle, because I don't.
Could have been at the edge of the property line.
I thought it was from not the property line, but it was the edge of the 1,000-foot. So if it says 1,000 feet, so it's here's this place, and there's 1,000 feet in between them. Not that the circles overlap. No, hang on, I'm asking Pete.
You mean center of the property kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We could have done that, but we defined it as the closest property line.
The closest property line.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why this dot thing didn't make any, because he's saying from the center of the dot.
Yes.
Well, I don't know where the property line was from the center of the dot.
Okay.
So that's why that's why I kept asking the question. It didn't make any sense to me.
All right.
So it's from the property line. Okay, so we didn't show property lines.
You might want to make a running list of improvements for this language too.
Yes.
Actually,
yeah,
because I've got a few.
Go ahead. Bob, you have anything?
Well,
I mean, we're going to keep going up and down the line here.
I mean, I don't have any questions. I had a quick question about the Luke statement, and I was just wondering if that's already been signed, or because like usually those are signed those aren't signed until the very last dog is hung, because you don't really know that's compatible with the land use until you've actually gotten all the land use done. So
because we process these business licenses in the 90 days, we've been signing them contingent on compliance with the ordinance. So in this case, the Lux was signed, but with a caveat on there.
Can you explain just for the public what the Lux?
Lux means Land Use Compatibility Statement, which is a form required by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission in order to start the process of approving an application for marijuana, whether it be retail, processing.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm saying that is that like sometimes you can get into sticky wickets with the vendor that, you know, when you sign those off before the land use is done.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to nose into your policy, but you know, I would wait and sign those afterwards.
Yeah, I would, but you know, we're just the planning commission.
Does Bob have something to say?
No, not at this time. So if you have something to say, go for it.
Well, I was waiting for everybody else's comments.
No, you can go. You're next.
I wasn't planning on being next. I haven't finished all my notes here.
Well, go ahead and try.
I read everything online, and I've been listening very intently to the conversations tonight by everybody. And I've been taking copious notes because I came with no opinion in mind. But I'm going to play devil's advocate here. No offense, I'll probably never use your kind of a store myself, and I don't encourage it or promote it for anybody else. That's up to them or to their doctors to decide. And I know many doctors that have, including my own, had suggested that I use marijuana because of spine surgery. And I know of children who are using it for seizures. So there's this stigma and an emotional one. I've seen some emotions tonight. Emotional stigmas attached to marijuana because it was so illegal for so long, and it's a total crime. But now we're finding that a lot of people are being released for those crimes. I'm trying to finish my statement.
Okay.
Well, you look.
I'm
Denise,
listening.
We're all allowed
I'm
to have some time to talk,
listening.
right?
I'm listening. That's what I'm saying.
Because I took a lot of notes here.
Good.
There's an emotional stigma attached to the word. This is not a business that's putting up a billboard that's promoting their business. It's just a business like any other business that's on Molalla or any place else along Highway 99. I don't think these many shops can sustain their business with so many shops on Molalla. We're just getting too many. And I read copious amounts of notes on Chit Chat about people who are opposed to it. They're saying the city's putting these there. And I keep telling people the city does not put things there. We look at the applications and approve them as they come through if they meet the criteria. I agree with their attorney and with Derek about that there's no direct access to this. The intent originally, I felt when we discussed this, was a buffer for children, for active children. But I agree that a child or anybody, even an adult, there's no access from this residential area, has to walk all the way around to get to the shop. And I think there's enough space from the front of the shop to that, it's a little over 200, that's not critical. I understand that we have from the line of the property line 89 feet, but the actual business is far from that. It's got a limited view from the cemetery. I looked at those pictures of the cemetery. I've been there often with my own hearse, as I said, but I looked at that. There's not even any cemetery stones there right now in that area that I could see. It was more of a grassy area. And I know that a lot of the activities that take place in the cemetery are around the facilities that people referred to earlier, where there's memorials. So I don't think that it's going to attract people over to that side. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I just keep thinking that we're being a little so critical on, because it's marijuana, the word. If it was called something else, if it was called, not even Vicodin, because that's got a stigma now too, but if it was anything, I don't think there would be this much emotionalism about it. They have checks and procedures that are in place. They're the same ones that all of the shops have had in place. So far, I have heard of no crimes, etc., in any areas of the marijuana shops in Molalla. I don't know if the police can confirm that or not, but I've heard of no crimes in those areas because they are so secure, and they do follow licenses at the front and licenses when people purchase things from them. So I come down to the fact that, we equate the now legal sales of marijuana to some dangerous activity of drugs. It was just, I think I read it in the Oregonian this weekend, the amount of minors using marijuana has gone down over the last few years, actually gone down. Adults are using it more for pains and other things, sleep, other kinds of things, but youth using it has gone down. So that's my view on it. I've been watching this for a while. I've been stopping by to look at these shops to see what they are. I have not purchased from them. I just look at them. But even then, if I was to purchase, that would be my right because it is legal now. I just don't find that the emotionalism over this of something that was for a long time illegal really has to get to this point now. I understand what we're doing with the city, but I have a feeling that's why, as he said, Derek said, this is a variance. They're asking for a variance because the front of this is so far away from where the cemetery is. There is fencing around it. There's no access even for these people in these residential to get in there. So I feel it's far enough away that if it's around 200 feet, I can see the variance being granted.
Next.
Okay.
Well, I think we're winding down here finally and getting close to the end. And, you know, we could talk about it for another half hour, but at some point it comes down to the criteria that we have in the code today is what we should make our decision on. You know, if we don't like the code that's in there today, we can change that at a later time, or, you know, work to change it, but that's not going to get us through tonight. I think we need to look at the criteria in the record, or in the code book.
Absolutely.
But remember, they're requesting a variance from that code.
Mm-hmm.
There is a code.
Yes. Damon?
This is probably one of the newest codes we've got, and so there is going to be some growing pains from it. But my recollection from all the conversations was, yes, childhood exposure, and yes, restricting the amount of stores, but not limiting. We would have said 8 or 9 or 47. It was to restrict the stores and where they could be, as my recollection. And, you know, variances to me are, you know, they're 240 feet away. You know, that, you know, 10 feet, like we did with the sign thing where they were like 8 feet short of being able to have twice as big of a sign on their property line. So, but this is a huge difference in the variance, and it's a huge difference that existed at the time they looked to form their business. They weren't already established and we drew a line, or they were in the process of the system and we drew the line. And whether it's, a Marshmallow Peeps store, which, yay, or, a dynamite factory, you gotta look at what the rule is. And the few times that we've done bigger variances for like subdivisions and such, I've never been very comfortable with them because it always seems like, unintended consequences occur. And so, the argument of, well, if we let this variance happen, then we're only going to get one store instead of two. I'm okay if we get two. They're businesses. It's what happens. We drew the lines in a particular way for a particular reason. And it doesn't matter what the use of the park is, it's a park. The rules clearly state park, and the city clearly defined it, park. I think we're parsing words for no particular reason. So, frankly, for that reason, I'm not prepared to support a variance at this point. So.
Bob?
Well, I agree with Vern and Damon. It's Damon, right? Okay. We've been asked tonight to consider a variance. 95% of what I heard tonight revolved around use. The use has already been determined. It's an allowed use in that zone. Whether or not it can exist and operate and function according to the standards the city has set for setbacks and things of that nature is what we're here for tonight to consider. Frankly, I think we're playing a little dimensional gymnastics because of the shape of that lot and its location in relation to that cemetery. But we're still confronted with the 89.14 feet. That's what we're dealing with tonight. And I don't think the applicant has made much of a strong argument as to why that represents a hardship. You get back to use, use, use. Why does the dimension keep that applicant from using that piece of property in a legitimate way? And it hasn't been demonstrated to me, at least, so that it would stand up against whatever appeal process this is going to take. Because I'm not going to support this, because the only thing that this city has really got as a fortress is its standards for doing business. Commercial does business the way they do. The city does business the way it does in an orderly fashion. Those standards for setbacks and things of that nature, those are the standards by which we're responsible to enforce. So I'm along with Damon and the guy at the end.
What's his face?
I can't in good conscience approve a variance. So I'm gonna vote no on this.
Jack, did you have anything?
Sure. In a lot of ways echoing what Damon said, we spent a lot of time on this code, and it's a fresh code, and it's in everyone's recent memory. We had work sessions and meetings, and as I know you all recall, we also had lots of testimony about this, and we've hashed it out. And so I'm not really super inclined to open up that box. So I do think there's a problem with setting a precedence. And I also agree with Bob that I haven't been given the case that there's been a big hardship, because it's a double-edged sword that, we make a case that you can do this right across the street. And so we could do this right across the street. And I know that's not exactly what you can do, but it's there. That option is there. And then I'll also agree, that with staff that we've done a lot of variances in the past, and even if we saw a little bit of mitigation in some capacity, I would have been more inclined, but at this point, I'm agreeing with the staff recommendation.
So I echo the comments that were made. A lot of time was spent on, and a lot of public input was spent on this code language. And I think as a planning commissioner, I really consider this as an ironclad map, as a overlay, as, and so I think an approval of the variance would really kind of act as a de facto change to that map. And so, and I think that would be a kind of really hard on the policy, because if you're going to approve it here, as others have said, we really should just change the buffer to 89 feet instead of 250 feet for everybody, citywide, because that's really how it should work. Variances are denied, even though their denial would result in something that's probably less practical or perhaps less aesthetically pleasing. But if you don't meet the criteria, we're not results oriented here. We have to look at the criteria and go through the process of the analysis to make sure that they've met the criteria. If they don't, it might be unfortunate in some situations, but that's pretty much too bad. Variances are very narrowly, I look at variances very narrowly.
Yes.
You get them in very special circumstances. They're not just handed out. So I think that we probably ought to have a little discussion about making additional findings, because the criteria C, we talk about, I think it loosely refers to health, safety, and welfare.
I mean, C, granting the variance will equal or exceed
the purpose of the regulation being modified. And so we're talking a lot about, the effect of kids and all that other kind of stuff. So that really does go hand in hand, and I'm looking at the criteria on page 8 of 20. That goes hand in hand with the first criteria, I think. Sensitive uses, the variance.
It's not likely to cause substantial damage
to adjacent properties, light, air, safe access, or other desirable or necessary qualities otherwise protected by this title. So I think that
criterion A.
Yeah, yes. In criterion A, I think that you can make the finding that they don't meet this one either under similar rationale as you do under criterion C. That's it. That's all I got.
All right. Guess I'm last, and I'll state for the record that I too take a very strict review of variances. They're, again, not granted on a regular basis, and this Planning Commission, from probably the beginning of time, has not been setting precedents by granting variances. There are generally very specific and other circumstances that involve a variance that we have reviewed, and this commission has not had the pleasure of approving many variances. Saying that, I looked this over very carefully, and I unfortunately only did the Evelyn speed weeding thing of the submittal by the applicant's attorney while I was trying to listen to the testimony, so I apologize for that. I find that the differentiation, as my colleagues have stated, of the specific use of the park is not credible, in my opinion. It's a park, and we put that in there for a very specific reason. Again, I spent a lot of time arguing with my colleague, Mr. Guile, about the testimony and the things that we heard when we went through this, and we looked at this very carefully. I think it's admirable that businesses can meet the state requirements, but that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at our local requirements, and we put those in there specifically for reasons. The statement about the visual barrier and the physical barrier, while presented in a very thoughtful and careful manner, I don't find credible, and that's not going to sway my opinion about whether or not somebody can or cannot climb the fence, because as Damon stated, I myself have climbed fences to get into places where I wasn't supposed to be, and I'm not going to get into that, but fences are not a barrier. You want to get somewhere, you're going to go there. And I've known lots of people that wander around in our community, some of them who have those things that cut through fences, which is not good for us. So I don't think that this is a unique location, and it's not a unique situation that retail businesses can go in there, and we're not prohibiting any retail businesses from going into this particular building, and there have been retail businesses there in the past. And I found that the testimony given by Ms. Hicks to be very credible, and I'd like to see some of that material incorporated into findings for our review at a subsequent meeting. I also found, I recall the testimony by Doug Neely at the previous meetings. He did submit a letter, and I found some of that written testimony also to be credible. I think that just because it's not a typical playground, I can tell you every time I've been there, I see children at that park, and it's not specifically about children, but people. So again, a variance, you have to meet everything. You can't just meet, 2 from column A and 1 from column B and then be able to be granted a variance. You have to meet all of the criteria, and that's why variances are one of the most difficult applications to get. And as much as I would like to see more businesses on Malala Avenue, I don't find that this application meets the standards and criteria as outlined in the municipal code, and I could not support it.
I'd like to make a motion that we support the staff's denial of PC 17069 VR 1705.
Second.
But we also need some additional, I feel we need some additional findings based on what we have all said, plus some of the testimony that we've previously identified.
Right. So I would propose that we have your sort of tentative decision. You can make a tentative decision now if you want, and we will return with findings on the 25th.
So can you amend your motion to include that, please?
I move that we tentatively deny the.
We don't need to say tentatively that we're recommending denial subject to adoption of findings at a subsequent meeting to be on September 25th. That was the motion.
Yep, that's what I said.
Okay. Yeah. Second. I'm really good at ventriloquism. All right. Did you get all of that, or should we just hold on just a quick second?
I have it.
Okay. All right. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Guile?
Oh, I'm going first in the middle.
That's because you're special.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything that everybody said, and I can understand it. But knowing that I'm on the minority side and the sole person, I'm going to say I vote to grant it.
Okay, so you're saying aye.
No, he's saying no.
No.
Because the motion is to deny.
All right, you're saying no.
Because of the emotional stigma, I say no.
Okay. Commissioner Mabey?
Aye.
Commissioner Henkin?
Aye.
Commissioner Espy?
Aye.
Commissioner Mahoney?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Chair McGriff?
Aye.
So we will return on September 25th with findings in advance of the hearing for your review.
Sounds great. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming and testifying on this matter, both pro and con. I can tell you that we really appreciate your thoughtfulness, your comments, and a lot of times, as we've said, things that you tell us that address the criteria help us in our decision making. So thank you for that. So we are going to take a 10-minute recess so that we can review the material that we have before us. It's now in a big pile on our desks, and we will be back shortly.
Madam Chairman, may I make a statement? I meant to say
started. So let's all, as they would say, simmer down. Simmer down. Who says, one of the characters on TV, somebody says simmer down.
It was Winchell Mahoney.
Winchell Mahoney? Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Have a good stretch, and we have a break, so we're all good to go now, and all fresh and refreshed. I know I am. All right. So we're going to come back into session, and thank you. And my computer just completely went kaplooey here. It says start Windows normally. Okay.
Or safe mode.
It would start in a few.
Or is this? Can I start the Windows abnormally? I don't mind doing that either. Abnormal. So is this going to come back?
In 10 seconds.
9, 8, 7. Okay, let's do the countdown. All right. So we are now on to item 3B. It's counting down. All right. So we have item 3B. It is a continued public hearing on CP 17002, Development Plan DP 170003, and a Natural Resources Review 170004.
4. Correct.
4, yes. I think I got all the numbers. So again, this is a hearing that was continued from our last meeting. And by the way, thank you, staff, for doing such an admirable job. The library was a little challenging for a public hearing, but we managed to get through it. And even though I was freezing to death in there, it was still good. I thought you guys did a great job, and under extraordinary circumstances. So before I reopen the public hearing, I would like very much if our city attorney would go over what we are looking at today and what we are considering.
Before we get started, I think there have been some new people who have come to the hearing, so I think we do need to read that. Do you want me to do it?
Oh, you know how much I love it.
Well, then I want you to do it. Then I insist.
It's my favorite thing to do because of our former city attorney, Ed Sullivan. It's near and dear to my heart, especially with the specificity part. We used to always smile as staff when he would go with sufficient specificity. And by the way, he's not deceased, so please don't construe my saying that something happened to him. He's actually on vacation. All right. But as the city attorney said, because we have some new people who weren't previously at the hearings, please bear with me as I go through this yet one more time. I think one of these times we should just have everybody get up in unison and we just all say it. All right. Huh?
Or not.
Or not, yes. Well, I'm trying to make light of a situation. All right, so I just read all of those file numbers for this continued public hearing, and it is, again, scheduled tonight. It's been continued from our previous meeting 2 weeks ago. A staff report has been prepared for this application and was made available 7 days prior to the first hearing, and the staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to each of the applicant's proposals. Staff has analyzed that criteria, which is contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure that this planning commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Municipal Code. Anyone wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card, and I have a substantial number of them right here. And we will, you gave them to the staff. If you decide at the last minute, just come on up and we'll get the speaker's card later. So it has mostly, everybody looks like they filled out their name and address and information so we can get them a copy of a decision. For the public record, please begin all testimony by stating your name. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. So I'll say that one more time. Testimony and evidence should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria. If you believe other criteria apply in addition to those addressed in the staff report, please identify and discuss those criteria and explain why and how you believe they apply to the application under consideration. A person may submit any written material while the public record is still open on each of these applications, and any written material received by the staff during the time period in which the record is open will be placed in the record. Written material submitted during the public hearing must be presented to staff in order to become part of that record. If you intend to use any PowerPoints, oversized poster boards, reports, pictures, or other exhibits used in your testimony to be placed in the record, copies must be submitted to city staff while the record is open. If they are not given to staff, they will not be included. Any person wishing a continuance to present additional evidence or testimony or to keep the record open to respond to new evidence must make that request before the public testimony portion of the hearing is closed. If the Planning Commission should make a decision with which you disagree, any issue that you may wish to appeal must have been raised for consideration of the City Commission or the Land Use Board of Appeals or both. Without the raising of that particular issue on the record with sufficient specificity and accompanied by statements or evidence that the city and all parties can respond to, the issue will be deemed appealable, not appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, a failure of any applicant to raise constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. We will now reopen the public hearing for file DP 170002, DP 170003, and NR 170004. Again, this is a continuance. Does anybody have anything new to declare regarding this application? Any additional site visits, any conversations with anybody about anything, or other statements to declare?
No ex parte.
I've driven by the site several times because I go to Home Depot and get on the highway there. I'm trying to remember whether it was a comment in the paper or an email that was part of, I don't think.
Yes, we did receive an email or two.
Yeah.
Which we all forwarded.
Take a quick look. I'm sorry,
That's okay, we'll come back to you.
There's a lot of documents here and I just
Tom?
want to.
Nothing.
Okay. Paul?
I have nothing to declare.
Zach?
It's in the.
Since our last meeting, I've stayed at 2 Hiltons, one of them a Hampton property.
Oh, no.
Nothing to declare.
Okay, and I don't have anything to declare either.
Yeah, just real quick, the email I was recalling was the one that's already in the record for Matheson. So
Okay, all right.
That's it.
Okay.
Anyone wish to question the commissioners?
Does anybody want to question us about who we did or did not talk to, or where we were or were not? Okay, great, thank you. Turn this over to Carrie, if that's okay with
Let
you
me
gentlemen.
just kind of summarize where I think we are. At the last hearing, Pete gave a staff report regarding this master plan approval. We heard testimony from folks at that time, and we continued the hearing to tonight. Since that last hearing, the applicant has revised their application to add 2 additional adjustments. And so Pete issued a supplemental staff report that dealt just with those 2 additional adjustments. So I think that where we sit with the staff report is to discuss those 2 additional adjustments and respond to any other questions that you have.
Real quick, those 2 additional adjustments, are they CPs, DPs, or NR adjustments?
They are adjustments to the hotel, which is phase 1 of the detailed development. That's the detailed development plan part.
Okay.
Yeah. So not the general development plan, but the detailed development.
Okay. So those adjustments fall under the DP portion of this application.
The criteria for approval of the adjustments are the same, but they're going to be applied only to phase 1, the hotel.
Okay, can you just say that one more time?
So the criteria for approval of these adjustments applies to the phase 1 hotel, not to the phase 2, which is not a detailed development plan yet. That would be submitted later.
That's coming some other time.
Yeah. Okay. Shall I start?
Please do. Well,
Okay.
first of all, I guess I need to open the public hearing, right? Before
I think you've already done that.
Yes, okay. I didn't get to do the gavel.
I mean, if you want to gavel again, go
All
ahead.
right. Yes, I think so. I think you got it? You got to put it right on the little, our screens are kind of freezing up here. Okay, Pete, thank you.
So this hearing is continued from August 14th, 2017. In addition to the 4 existing adjustments, the applicant requested 2 additional master plan code adjustments. By that, I mean the criteria are provided for in the General Development Plan section of the code, or Master Plan Code, Chapter 1765. The criteria, the standards that are being adjusted are site plan and design review criteria. I'll talk about them briefly coming up. The applicant has also submitted into the record requested revisions to the recommended conditions of approval. Now, we as staff and development services, public works staff, and planning staff have not weighed in on these revisions to the recommended conditions of approval. So I'm not going to get into a lot of detail tonight on that. I'm just going to focus on the adjustments. Public notice was revised and reposted to reflect the new adjustment requests. This is the site plan we can refer to as we go through. This is showing the phase 1 section of the site. So we're talking about that this evening. We also have some public comments and new items for the record. In addition to those that were attached to the agenda, we have some additional comments from James Nicita, and there's a list of items that was submitted electronically by Mr. Nicita since September 1st, 2017. And I gave you a copy of that on the dais. That includes a variety of items that I will list. The master plan for the end of the Oregon Trail, 1991. Master plan for the end of the Oregon Trail, 1996. An email with respect to the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association Steering Committee minutes. That email is dated today. The minutes themselves are from the February 2nd, 2017 meeting of the Steering Committee of the McLaughlin Neighborhood Association. An email received today with respect to files that were sent via Dropbox, which is a file sharing program. So I was able to access those and download those files. We have a public records request that was submitted into the record by Mr. Nicita dated August 31st. And that includes a request to review various Goal 5 documents that the city has adopted and which were acknowledged by the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Goal 5 resource documents are ones which protect natural resources, cultural resources, and historic resources. So we were able to locate the ones that were asked for with respect to water quality and flood management area maps, Title III resources, our water quality resource overlay map, our public works standards for erosion control and sediment control, and supplemental findings and conclusions. Now, these were part of an ordinance adopted in 1999, Ordinance 99-1013, and it had those 4 exhibits listed there, which I just mentioned. Since that time, the city has made various amendments to ordinances that are considered protecting of Goals 5 resources, and those include a set of code amendments that were adopted in 2008. That's Ordinance 08-1014, which was a very large set of code amendments, but it included adopting the Natural Resources Overlay District, which amended Chapter 1749 of our code. So that's part of the record. And a series of maps that went with that. And then we have the acknowledgement from DLCD for that. There was also what we called the 6-month update to the 2008 code amendments, which was actually finalized in 2010. And that made changes to not only the Natural Resources Overlay District Code, but also the Geologic Hazards Overlay District Code. That is in the record now. We amended the stormwater grading and design standards in 2015. And so those are an update to the prior set of standards. And those are made part of the record. Also included were a map of the Willamette River survey from 1883-84 and a copy of the Metro Urban Growth Management Functional Plan, which is Chapter 0307 of the Metro Code. And that includes maps related to various regulations protecting Goal 5 resources that cities are required to follow. Those are in the record. The comments from Mark Matheson, which were attached to the agenda, we have also a letter from Tom Sissel, civil engineer for the applicant, with respect to stormwater and erosion control measures that would be used on this project. And a letter from Mike Robinson, which he will be presenting. He's the attorney for the applicant. So with respect to the 2 new adjustments, we've prepared revised recommended findings for the following and 2 new adjustments. Sorry.
Before you begin.
Yeah.
That list of items you just read submitted by Mr. Nacita, how many of those do we have right now? I mean, I'm looking at the record and we're missing like half of them.
Right. So these would be attached to the subsequent agenda because we're expecting that there will be a continuance tonight.
Okay, so about half of these, about half we have seen, but half of them we haven't.
Right. That's correct. Yeah.
All right.
They're all available electronically and in hard copies at the planning department.
So we could come into it.
Yeah.
Good. I want to see that survey map.
Do you allow people to bring their own sleeping bag in case we have to stay the night after reading everything?
The city will provide sleeping.
Oh, the city will provide some. Nice. Thank you.
Nice, cozy conference room.
I like the floor is good.
Yeah. Let me see here. Adjustment requests. So the first adjustment is a request to vary or adjust the minimum wall articulation required for commercial buildings. This basically is intended to reduce the appearance of one blank facade by breaking it up into planes. And there's a requirement that any building wall over 100 feet long provide recesses or projections of at least 3% of the length of the building wall for up to 20% of the length of the building wall. So, yeah.
So in easy math, if it's a 100-foot wall, then 20 feet of it has to be at least 3 feet different than the face.
Sticking out.
Or projecting in, half and half, but it has to be a total of 20.
Yeah, so in this case, you have a building that's over 200 feet long on the north and south facades and has smaller recesses and projections of 2.8% that run for about the required length, very close to meeting the standard, but don't meet the actual measure of 3% in every case. And that is on the main floors, between the floors that are located between the top of the building and the lobby. The top of the building and the lobby actually meet that requirement because they have parapets that stick out and other things. We're talking about where the rooms are that are
2 through 5.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Adjustment number 6 is with respect to the issue that we talked about at the last meeting, which is to recognize that this hotel has a vehicle entrance and a porte cochere, which is essentially the main entrance to the building, that is oriented away from the main street, Washington Street, and located on the side of the building. The code requires that all new commercial buildings have their main entrance oriented toward and fronting on and within 5 feet of the main street. In this case, the main public street, which is Washington Street, which is the higher volume road. So the applicant has proposed a pedestrian entry on Washington Street and various enhancements to the facade on Washington Street that you've discussed and seen, but the main vehicle entrance is going to be located on the side of the building. And so subsequently, they've amended their narrative to address that as an adjustment rather than try to make the case that the Washington Street main entrance is the main entrance, even though it's just a pedestrian entrance. So staff wrote findings in support of these two adjustments, and I'll show you. This is the explanation I gave with respect to the articulation one. So what they have is a requirement for a 7.14 foot projection or recess for that north and south facade. There. And adjustment number 6. So this is the north elevation or the side facade showing the porte cochere here. And you have a lot of transparency on the ground floor, but Washington Street is over here.
It's to the left, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Not right, but left. It's to the left, yes.
Yeah, south side.
Where the stair is.
Yeah. East side of the building, sorry, facing Washington Street. This is the rear of the building. So the articulation adjustments are requested for these sections that are basically colored white stucco.
Do we have any controls over what kind of signage, the style? Not what's said, but the type and style.
Currently, we process signs through the counter, so under the sign code. We don't include them in the site plan and sign
And as I
review.
said, it should be part of the detailed development plan because it has to do with the building.
So the answer is currently no.
And it should be yes. I think we want to see it.
Placemaking. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. East facade facing Washington Street, indicating the pedestrian entry with a stair. A lot of enhanced glass tower that is wrapped around the stairwell on the outside. A main entry into the lobby that is accessible to the lobby, and stone and landscaping treatments on the front of the building. They also have awning that projects out over the stairwell on the east facade.
Could you flip to that other picture? Because the stone looked really weird in that one.
The stone?
Yeah, that looks weird.
Well,
the other one looked more like what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. There are variations in
digital image.
Yeah. Digital rendering, conceptual. And so this is an indication of the changes that the applicant made to the application prior to submitting it. It went from a fairly shallow canopy to a canopy that sticks out farther towards the street.
Is there a way to put those, like,
there is a way to put them side by side, but only by doing this really fast. That helps.
Okay.
I'll stop doing that.
That's a light show going on right there. Woo.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is there anything with ADA with the steps, or as long as there's a ramp over there, that's permitted?
Yes.
I'll ask the architect to address that because ADA requirements are fairly detailed, and we'd be reviewed as part of the building code requirements. So. These are the criteria for approval of adjustments. In 1765, you can request an adjustment to one or more applicable design-related standards, provided these standards are met. It must equally or better meet the purpose of the regulation to be modified.
Yeah, we just remember that.
Yeah, similar to a variance. If more than one adjustment is requested, then the cumulative effect of the adjustments results in a project that is consistent with the purpose of the zone. The zone district is the mixed-use downtown zone district, but there's a lot of factors that go into what a mixed-use downtown district is intended to be. Goal 5 resources must be protected to the extent otherwise required by Title 17. This applies to the Natural Resources Overlay District review exemption that they've requested. Any impacts must be mitigated. If an environmental zone is affected, the proposal must have fewer significant detrimental impacts on that resource and resources values. And then the proposed adjustments must be consistent with the Oregon City Comprehensive Plan and ancillary documents. So the additional revised findings address in fairly good detail how each one of these criteria we felt were met. Tonight, our recommendation is to take testimony, continue the public hearing with the record open to the date certain of September 25th, and we would prepare a final recommendation based on anything that we hear tonight and what you decide, to be published for the September 18th agenda, and that would include any comments on the revisions to the conditions of approval, any responses to the public comments received, and any other direction that we're given this evening. We respectfully ask that the applicant extend the 120-day decision deadline for this file for the requisite period. We need to have a discussion on when that date certain would be, when that 120-day decision deadline will be. And I'd be happy to go into a little more detail on these, on the staff report.
Question. So, you have these as adjustment 5 and 6. The applicant's document has them as adjustments 6 and 7. So who's got the right numbers?
Where's number 7?
I think it started at, I think it should be 5 and 6. Yeah, because originally we were talking about, between the last hearing and this hearing, talking about adjusting some additional things or adding things in, but the original staff report had 4.
And can you go over those?
I wasn't planning to, but I can. I'd have to refer back to the prior staff report.
Okay, I can wait for that, but before we proceed, I'd like to know those 4 things because
They're on page 50 of the staff report, and I believe they are altering the maximum building height of 45 feet within 500 feet of the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. That was the height issue for the hotel. Adjustment 2 is altering the first floor to second floor height of 14 feet minimum. Adjustment 3 was the fence and retaining wall combined height of 8.5 feet. And adjustment 4 had to do with window design. All windows on all elevations shall recess or project individual windows at least 2 inches from the facade.
Okay. Yeah. And the reason why I'm asking that is because, as we have said many times before, you only put the information that's new. I look at the staff report and it's a 2-page document. You don't have the old staff report in here. So you need to either have a link to that or include the old staff report. We've said this a couple different times that if all we have is this computer in front of us, all I have is what's in front of me in this computer. I don't have the old staff report unless I took the time to print it out, or if I get out of this system and go into the internet, and go into the internet and pull up the city's website and then pull up the old agenda and then pull up the old staff report, which means, you know, we have a systemic problem here. You should, at the very least, have the prior staff report and then your updated staff report or addendum or whatever. I mean, because if we're going paperless, then we need to have all the non-paperless stuff with us. I don't know what those 4 things are based on the information presented in the agenda. So thank you for having it and for reading them off to me. And I see that almost everybody else spent a lot of money to print them off, but we're either going paperless or you, the city, are spending the money, not me, to print these out.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. I think the idea is that we didn't have to keep re-entering things into the record each time that there was a hearing. And also coupled with in this meeting, we're more focused on the new criteria because we've already talked about sort of the other adjustments that have been proposed, but I understand your perspective.
Particularly when there's a disagreement on, is it 5-6 or 6-7, based on the evidence in the record. So at the very least, I think it would behoove you to put in the agendas, a link or something to the other, the previous meetings so that they can be traced very quickly. Does that make sense? Or put, original staff report from blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's an electronic thing. You just go click and it's there. It's not like you have to print.
If only.
Oh, it is. And if it isn't, then you've got an IT problem and
Well, I had to go back to the previous agenda, which I hadn't deleted, and
I understand.
Pull something out, but yeah, it's a lot. And
so anyway.
So yeah, at this point, by our internal policy, we don't put everything in the record every single time. We just do the new stuff.
Well, and I understand if you were printing it out every time, but here we had an error in the record of 5.6.
Let's talk about this after.
Well,
maybe
let's talk.
But just for the record, it's 5.6, not 6.7.
Correct. Staff report is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on before the computer decides it's going to just completely phase out again here because it just did it like 2 seconds ago.
Okay, that's it for me at this point.
Okay, do you want me to proceed with the testimony? Mm-hmm. Okay, so before I start with that, bear with me. So if I see on the slips that I have, some of the people that are here were here before, and if you're I don't want to in any way restrict, but if you have something new to add, that would be great. If you already have, just say what I said last time, that's great. So we want to make sure we get everybody on. And I'm looking at a couple of I'm not going to be able to read your last name, so I'll just say your first name when I get there. Okay. So Lloyd and...
Take the attorney first, or the...
I'm getting there.
Okay.
So I don't know who wants to be on first. Mark, did you want to come up first, or you're passing? Okay, so I can take your slip out of the rotation?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You're so wonderful. Okay, all right. So we're going to proceed with the additional testimony. So Lloyd and Hill and Michael Robinson, why don't you come on up?
More boards.
I'm going to try to do this 2 at a time. Maybe Mr. Robinson can be your Vanna, and he can...
Should we come up at the beginning or at the end for a rebuttal?
We'll come up together.
Together? Okay.
It's those oversized poster boards. Hold this. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman McGriff and Commissioners. My name is Lloyd Hill with Hill Architects, here representing the applicant. I'm the architect for the project. The last Planning Commission hearing, we presented the design, and we already went through some of the rationale for why we designed the project the way we did, and we already addressed the first 4 adjustments, including the building height, and the building height, which only applies to the hotel. There was an adjustment related to the retaining wall, which only applies to the hotel. There was an adjustment which relates to the floor-to-floor height, which does not apply to the hotel. It only applies to the Phase 2 residential project. And then finally, there was an adjustment to the window articulation, which does not apply to the commercial for the hotel, only applies to the future residential project. So I won't rehash any of that. I apologize for the confusion on the 2 new adjustments. We had considered a third, and so that was why there were possibly 3 new ones, but we elected to not do the 3. So the 2 new adjustments that we have, one adjustment is related to the articulation of the building. And I think Pete did a good job of summarizing the issue. And so can I point with this thing here, Pete?
I think it has a
Whoa.
Has a laser.
One second.
We won't allow any cats in here.
Is this one, is that, oh, that's it there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so when we had submitted the original application, we had actually talked about whether or not it was necessary to request an adjustment for this, and our inclination in doing the original application was to request as few adjustments as possible. However, on second thought, after the last hearing, we decided, well, why not? We'll just throw this one in. In fact, if you look at the length of the building and you measure the articulation up at the parapet, which is where, if you're looking at the building and you look up, that's where you see it the most noticeably. It far exceeds what the requirement is. And in fact, if you look at it down at the ground level, it also exceeds the 3% standard. And the only area that it misses, and it only misses it by 3 or 4 inches, is in this area from the top of the first floor, the second floor, up to the bottom of the parapet here. And I think the design, and it's kind of the same issue on both sides. It's off by 2 or 3 inches in that section. And I think the intent of the code is to end up with a building that's not just a flat box and make it something that's interesting. And I think we've met the intent of the code with the design here, so we feel very confident that we're not proposing a simple flat box. So that's what the adjustment related to the articulation is all about. The second adjustment that we have added here is the adjustment related to the primary entrance. There's several different references in different parts of the code to primary entrance and entrances. In one place it says plural, in other places it says singular. So the intent of some of the design standards in this zone is really to foster the development of a pedestrian-oriented urban fabric environment with an activated street that has, buildings that are designed, addressing the street up within 5 feet of the street, and have, the front doors to the buildings out on the street, so that you, have an active pedestrian-oriented sort of a feel, and to have as much as possible parking hidden back on the back side of the buildings. Well, in this particular part of Oregon City and in some other significant areas, we have a little bit of a challenge because this is in the flood zone. And in the flood zone, you gotta raise the building, the occupied level up above the flood zone. And so in this particular case, the street that's in front of the hotel in this section is at elevation about 83 and a half, maybe 84. It's kind of slopes down just a little bit going this way. And the flood zone's at 50.8 or something like that. So we've got the lobby level of the building is 52 feet. So it's 8 or 9 feet higher than the sidewalk. And so we can put a front door to the hotel, right down within 5 feet of the sidewalk, but we can't have it down at the sidewalk level. And for a modern hotel, it's really a hard and fast requirement for a company like Hilton to be able to have the front door to your hotel have a vehicle porte cochere drop off that's right at the same level, so people can pull in and wheel their suitcases in. So in fact, we sort of feel, looking at the design here, that we really do have 2 primary entrances. We've got a primary street front entrance that right now we're kind of pioneering. This is kind of the first new thing out in this part of town. But if you imagine 10, 20, 30 years from now, after this area redevelops and it becomes what the code envisions as a pedestrian-oriented, vibrant, activity, that more and more people will walk. And I think in that kind of environment, this stair that we have leading up to this pedestrian entrance will be used. Although the vehicular access, here, at least right now in today's world, the majority of people that are going to stay here are probably going to arrive by car. And we all hope that changes and more people arrive by train and so forth in the future. So the adjustment, we have adjusted it to allow us to have the access, the main entrance back on the side of the building here. That's as close as we can have it to the street and still have a nice gentle sidewalk that leads up that's, not too steep. It's, it's a 5% kind of a slope, so you can park on it. So we do maintain an accessible route to go from the public street to the hotel, with this arrangement. So those are the two new adjustments that we have. Now, in addition to the two new adjustments, and I'll keep this fairly brief, Mr. Nacita submitted some documents for the record and as well as an email suggesting that we look at a few things. And we'll be reviewing with Mr. Nacita some of our concerns, but I wanted to just comment a little bit. This was a sketch that he included where he has proposed that we, and I assume you can see this on your screens, he's proposed, why don't we orient the hotel sort of long ways so it's facing Washington Street, and take the Hackett House, which is down at the 17th Street end, and pick it up and move it over to Washington Street, and then put the porte cochere behind the Hackett House. There are some physical issues here. We could do this, but we'd have to have a very steep ramp at the porte cochere on either side of the house to get up to the flood elevation. And the Hackett House would need to be raised up about 8 or 9 or 10 feet above the sidewalk in order to put it there. So, I appreciate the creativity and trying to think outside the box a little bit, but at the end of the day, I think those would be significant challenges. The other issue that is a significant issue is the sewer easement. And on this diagram, the red zone striping across the side is where the sewer easement is. And we had talked to the people at the sewer district several years ago when we were just starting on the master planning here, and actually tried pretty hard to talk them into letting us do a building that spanned across the sewer easement. At the time we were considering another use on the property here, and the use needed to be a really long building, and it was going to be kind of in the back here. And we had several meetings with them, and ultimately they wouldn't bite. We could raise it up as high as we wanted. They didn't want it over their easement. So essentially we have, the south part of the site here where the hotel is, and the site's bisected by this. We can't have any buildings over it. And then we have the north part. And the north part of the site is all in the flood zone. So there's really and it's 8 or 9 or 10 feet in the flood zone. So for a Hilton hotel, there really isn't an opportunity for a porte cochere to be designed with a front door on this side of this, on the side of the site. We don't see the. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. And on the south side of the site where we've located the hotel, we have tried, I'll bet you I've got 10 or 12 different, versions of the hotel on this site. And the 3 that we sort of took the furthest that we went to the Historic Review Board with, this was one. This is the 5-story option that's oriented in a sort of perpendicular to Washington Street that has the narrow profile and less mass facing Washington. The second option was a 4-story option that sort of took this footprint and then added an L onto it that was between the Hackett House and the railroad. And so that would allow us to not request the height variance. We could, shorten the hotel up to 4 floors, but at the cost of having a big building wrapping around 2 sides of a historic property. And the third option was kind of a T option where right off the middle of the hotel, it extended over right where the Hackett House was, and it involved us moving the Hackett House, finding another location within a block or so. And after talking to various people at the city staff and the Historic Review Board, there was a strong consensus, no, we don't want to move the Hackett House. It should be where it was built. And between the other 2 options, the 4-story L shape and the 5-story one that we have before us, there was a strong preference towards the 5-story option because it didn't wrap around and front on both sides. So I think that addresses the issues I think that are new that that hadn't been talked about at the prior hearing.
Thanks for telling us how you got there. That helps.
Oh, wait.
Questions?
Don't go. Okay. Since my question and concern has to do with dealing with a detailed development plan, one of the things that was very hard to ascertain because you used computerized drawings is I can't tell what the difference is, the distance is from the Hackett House to the building facade that's adjacent. So that's something that you don't have to answer it tonight, but that's just.
You know, I don't have that exactly memorized, but I can estimate it based on looking at the drawing in scale, and I would say it's between, you know, 30, was around 35 feet or so from the base of the building to the back of the Hackett House. And I do know that the hotel is over 10 feet away from the property line. There's a property line between the two. Yeah. And so we've kept it over 10 feet away because of building, building code issues, really.
So the concern I have about how the Goal 5 resource was addressed in not only the addendum, but in the original submittal is that I think that you need to provide some additional analysis about how that particular design protects the historic landmark. I didn't see that, and you don't talk about the relationship of the building facade, which obviously you've got something that's like this.
Sure.
And how that is compatible with that resource. And that's one of the questions that's asked. It says, City Goal 5 resource is protected to the extent otherwise is required by Title 17. So I go back to Title 17 and I look at Title 1740 and I look at what it's asking the question. And so in the response, it says 1740, it's a da-da-da-da-da, and da-da-da-da, and the development of the hotel serves the needs of the visitors and addresses economic development of the area. I mean, those are all really general statements, but it still doesn't get to the ESEE analysis that's required by the comprehensive plan. So it talks about the relationship of that building facade and how it's compatible with the historic site, with not the site, excuse me, the resource, the site, the landmark. And one thing that would be really helpful is that while you articulated everything very nicely computerized, it would be nice to see a real picture of the Hackett House with the facade so you can actually physically see what that looks like. I mean, I've been over there and standing there and looking at the real building and trying to imagine, you know, what that looks like in the back. And what my head is telling me is that it's, even with some trees, it's still very imposing. So that analysis has not been done to the extent that it needs to be done in order to talk about this in the detailed development plan.
Okay.
So that, you know, again, it's not the site. It talks about the landmark. And then I think there's some other criteria that talks about not only the relationship of that, and when you go back to 1740, hang on, I've got lots of notes here. It talks about it in terms of, even though it's not an addition, this is new construction adjacent to a designated landmark. And how the effect of the new construction, what's the effect of that new construction that's adjacent to that? Because even when we look at plans for other types, any type of building, there's always the impact of the site. You know, is the site, does it still retain its character-defining features? Probably yes. Does it retain sort of the articulation that you look at when you see the house? Or are you going to see the house and then the next thing you see is the building? So again, I think you could beef up your submittal with some more information about how that's affected, because again, it isn't. And then when you look at, again, dealing with the natural resource overlay, I think you've got the same sort of an issue. It's a Goal 5 resource. It's not affected, but why is it not affected? What is this development, the detailed development plan, doing to perpetuate? Is it doing this, this, this? So again, you know, whatever it is, 1, 2, or 3 reasons. I don't know if it's 3 or 4 reasons, but again, just to say that, you know, it doesn't have any effect on the site, that really is not providing the analysis that's required by the comprehensive plan and Title 17.
Okay.
So that's just a suggestion.
I think it's more than a suggestion. I like what you're saying. The idea is we're responsible here to build a record.
Right.
And that record is for the public, whoever, LUBA, State of Oregon, the citizens at large, what have you. So if the record is a little weak, you know, it doesn't mean you've done a bad job. It's just that you haven't addressed it. So let's put it in the record so it indicates that you have addressed it. And my personal opinion is that the hotel is going to impact the Hackett House, but guess what? So what? It's going to impact that house. Anything built there is going to impact the house, especially if it's 5 stories. But at least put it into writing as to, you gave us some your best professional consideration. This is what we came up with.
Well, I think they pretty much have it. It's just not articulated in writing. And then probably the other thing that I saw that was a little concerning had to do with dealing with the landscaping. So I'm sure you know that many times I've indicated my concern about 2-inch caliper trees. Right. They don't screen anything. You know, they take many, many years to do something. So you got these little stick trees.
And we know about the native vegetation.
Yes.
We're not planning on doing any arborvitae.
Yes, my favorite plant, yes. Actually, someone gave me a pin with an arborvitae on it, which I do wear on occasion.
I do have one more question.
So again, the picture you show has some very large fir trees, and I understand wanting to have the Hackett House visible because we want people in the hotel to say, oh, this is, what is this? It's a charming little building.
They're actually spruces and cedars.
Or whatever they are, yeah. I mean, it showed it on one thing, but that's not what the landscaping plan said. It was said, oh, it's going to be minimum 2-inch caliper trees. And I went, okay, that's not. So that ties into the whole thing about the relationship, height, bulk, the new construction, how it affects it, all of that. And I know, again, we talked about the fact that, you know, gee, we could move the Hackett House. Again, the site in its original location has more value than it does being moved someplace else. And again, then you talk about the character defining features. So a character defining feature is its location.
Right.
You know, what was going on when the Hacketts built that house, you know, when the house got built? What was going on in that particular location? Well, we can't go back to the time period when it was built, but I'm presuming it was very residential, very rural looking, kind of was on the edge of town, and you had to get in your wagon and, you know, drive out to the Hackett House from downtown Oregon City on some weird road. So again, and again, I know we're still talking, there'll be some more discussion about the end of the Oregon Trail and the effect of that. And again, so I know Kelly Field is a designated park, as I recall, because there was a lot of discussion about that. And so we have that as a resource, which is a park with 3 wagons on it, but it doesn't negate the fact that Kelly Field is still as a park, and there's that issue. So I'll just put the umbrella over that as well.
Okay.
Can I ask a few questions?
Please.
Just wondering, I'm trying to determine this. Is there going to be any access to the parking lot out onto 17th, or do they go all the way around to go out?
There is access out onto the parking lot from 17th. There are actually 3 access points. There's a circulation diagram. You know, I think I've got. I don't know if this is working or not. Well, I've got some more slides on here. I could flip to it, but the original presentation had a circulation diagram that shows it. But there's an entrance in adjacent to the Hackett House off 17th, and then you can loop around and exit back out, and you can also enter in at the back entrance. I think that's a 2-way thing, so you can go in and out on the back one off of 17th.
I just wondered if they were ever going to open up 17th or what was happening.
Well, so 17th, I don't think will be open. One of the conditions of approval that we've actually recommended changes to insert wording something to the effect of, to the extent the city wants to do it, to follow the recommendations of the fire department, because they were recommending building a curb across there, and I think Public Works would rather not have a curb, so you don't have to, if there's a flood, you can still drive across the old crossing.
You could do a rolled curb.
So any cars parked here will have to go around the front to come out, and so
they will. No, there's
go out on 17th.
They can go out on 17th. Okay, sorry.
Both of those.
And there's a light here, so you can.
Right. I drive there every day, so I know.
To the Hackett House?
Well, I see it every day. I want it to be my store.
Ooh, that could be cool.
It looks like the Addams Family house. The hotel right here on the back side, the little square.
Pointing.
The square right behind, directly behind the hotel. Is that some kind of a plaza or?
There's actually an entrance that goes in and out of the hotel here. to provide access both to the parking area as well as to the Hackett House. And we haven't, the owners haven't really figured out what the future purpose of the Hackett House is, but, it may be converted into a small restaurant cafe, or maybe it's a boutique, or right now it's offices, but we want to have a pedestrian connection there that will take you out.
What I was asking about is that little rectangle right there.
Right here.
Is that going to be an area with chairs for people, or?
No, this is actually, there's a covered bicycle parking area here, and we need to have an emergency generator for the hotel because it's a 5-story building with an elevator, and that triggers an emergency generator. So we looked at a lot of different options, but that was the best place to sneak it in. So it'll have a masonry wall around it to screen it.
What about noise?
Other than this entrance, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it'll have mufflers and so forth on, and it'll be, they'll have to test it once a month for whatever the requirement is, and they'll do it during the day, I'm sure, when the hotel doesn't have a lot of guests.
Well, maybe there's a way to build it so that it's a little taller, so maybe the sound is coming off of it and going up rather
than... Yeah, that's what the intent is.
Spilling over the side.
For the parking lot, though, this part, is that the only entrance?
Well, there's this entrance, which, is definitely right in, right out, and we have a turn lane proposed on Washington Street, which I think, if there's a question, it's really the stacking distance issue here on Washington Street and whether that left turn is allowed, and we've got experts here that can talk about that. But the other access to the site is really this access. We're sort of viewing the road, the driveway that goes in and out of the public depot based on guidance from the city. We're viewing that almost like another street here with a sidewalk and a street frontage. And then that has access that comes in and goes up and around. So there's really those 3 points of access.
Okay, that's what Thanks.
But they can still get in from the train depot side.
They can,
I recall,
yes.
I see, and you kind of have the drawing superimposed over the aerial, so I see this driveway right here.
That's what he was just telling me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Denise?
Sir.
You're chosen to build in the city pretty well renowned as being at the end of the Oregon Trail.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty handsome building, but I don't see any attention drawn to any architectural features or statues or any art that would bring attention to being at the end of the Oregon Trail.
So something we did talk about at the last hearing, the idea is to have some kind of a iconic sort of a wall, some sort of a sculpture or bas relief element in this location right on the street that will be a reference to the Oregon Trail. And as part of the future development, I think there would be some similar treatment at the corner down here and perhaps another one halfway down the second phase building, but certainly at the hotel. And, we talked about at some length, should the hotel, try to look like it's old-fashioned? Should we try to, design something that, that looks, intentionally kind of Disney historic, if you will. And we came to the conclusion that that we thought that if we could pick certain elements that were used in the older buildings in town, the punched windows and so forth, and stone and wood materials, and use it in a sensitive way, that we were taking a vocabulary that was historic and then applying it in a more current kind of a way. My goal as an architect is to design a building that doesn't have those design cues that you look at it and you say, oh, that was built in the 70s or that was built in the 80s. Ideally, you look at it and you think, wow, that's an interesting building. I wonder when that was built. And to have kind of a timeless character. And that's really hard to do, but that's what the goal is here.
See, now what you just said needs to be in part of your analysis in terms of the vocabulary, the things that you were talking about. You're picking up those elements. But may I make a suggestion about, since this is part of the old Greenpoint neighborhood, something that could be really interesting would be to find a map or create a map that shows the Greenpoint neighborhood for the area of the city and where the houses were, because I think they still have some old Sanborn maps that might be available, and that would give people sort of a reference to what this area was, and here's, you know, I mean, it's not the same.
That's a cool idea.
But it takes it back to its history, so it grounds the location in its historical significance. So in terms of, and Rocky's nodding at me, so either, you know, Abernathy Green was a little further over, but, you know, some of the people that are still here that are, I will say, seasoned people who live in town still talk about when they grew up in the Greenpoint neighborhood, and there was a little store here, and there was this person's house and that person's house, and I think some reference to that would be, I think that would go a long way to help sort of tie this or help root this to something of the past, but not try to be the past.
Okay.
And then I know you and I talked about, again, using elements. And, you know, again, I'm a big fan of northwest looking stone because, you know, stone from Idaho is not Oregon in the Northwest. And that, again, those are elements that pick up sort of what our community is about. And it, again, helps make that tie. So even though the building's timeless, or you want it to be timeless, it's got some articulation of things that are representative of, you know, because when I think of Oregon City, I think of, you know, I think of basalt. I think of, you know, that hard rock. I think of, you know, lumber or even brick, because after the town burned for several times, how many times did we burn? It was like 3 or 4 times. Oregon City burned down. They said, oh yeah, maybe we should use some brick. So there's a few brick buildings down there. So those are just little elements that could kind of put a ribbon on it.
All right.
I agree. It's placemaking. It's really important to make sure that there's a sense of place there. Some of these buildings can look, you can look at these buildings and you won't even know where you are because
they look like
you're just in anywhere else. And so, yeah, I'm glad that you're open to the ideas of.
I love the fact that I know Hampton's got their little thing, but it would be nice to be able to articulate that this Hampton is in Oregon City and it looks different from the one in Idaho Falls or the one in Denver or wherever they all are.
We couldn't feel more.
Yeah, and I know you and I, we talked about that.
We feel exactly the same way.
Again, it gets back to the place making, gets back to the sense of place, and it's grounded in this area. And we tried to do that with the McDonald's we have down on Clackamas Drive until they did that new whatever they did against what the city commission had requested them to do.
If you could, I guess, and I'm not asking for it now, but that Washington Street wall part, I'd like to know how many square feet that is. And the reason why I ask is because one of the conditions of approval, number 45, says the art installation will be of approximately 8 square feet. That's a 4x2, and that's like
giant.
That's like 100 square feet of wall space. So, you know, you can put, you know, a single 8 by 1 foot strip of metal in. It's like, I've done an art piece.
Well,
just really quickly, the reason why I'm concerned about that is because we made a similar requirement for the bus barn. They would put stuff on their fences. Well, they put stuff on their fences right to the exact dimensions, and they're these little tiny and you see fence everywhere, and you don't see the art. If you could have an idea of roughly the proportion of what art, you know, like your intent is to cover 40% of the space, or to have a large, you know, I mean.
Yeah, the reason that we're the ones that put the square footage on there, and I started with a bigger number, but you could go 2 different directions here. We could do something that's more traditional, you know, cast bronze bas relief sort of a thing. There's an artist in Troutdale that, you know, that does that sort of thing. And those get quite expensive if you make them very big. They can be very finely detailed. You can get up to them and really appreciate the detail. And at the other end of the spectrum, we could do something that's much larger scale that might cost less. So, you know, I don't know that size is necessarily always an indication of quality. But I agree, it does need to be something that's appropriate for there. So we'll think about that carefully before the next hearing.
A big wagon wheel that ties it in.
Well, just my concern is that if we put 8 feet, then they're not going to go to 9 because they're going to keep the, the cost down. And I understand that. But, if it's too tiny, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
When compared to the overall mass.
I see where you're coming from.
Great.
All right.
I know it's not directly in your bailiwick, but again, I've been plowing through the staff report, and it's not the longest one I've ever seen, but it's pretty close up there. And I got through the transportation section. I don't have a specific question about transportation, but somewhere would be nice to talk about. We could get some comment about. So what I saw was the primary traffic is anticipated to come from 205. That people will be coming that way, and they're going to come through these certain intersections, and what's going to happen there. So knowing the topography of Oregon City and knowing that we don't have many ways to get in and out, how is the transportation looking at those other avenues of, are we anticipating lots of people coming down Malala Avenue?
Can I?
Yeah,
call
I'm just asking the
can
question.
I call for?
We may not have an answer tonight, but I'm just saying,
So we've got our traffic engineer
I know, he's
here.
right there. So I'll give you an example, is that when the large big box retail that was in the corner there where it's not supposed to be according to the master plan,
right?
We were told as a community, the traffic is not going to be coming, through the Rivercrest neighborhood, through the McLaughlin neighborhood, through the Kenema neighborhood. It's all people are going to be coming on 213 and 205. Not true. They're coming from everywhere. They're using every avenue to get there. And I know somebody might legitimately come down 213 because they might not want to be on 205, but they also might be on the Collector, 7th, Singer Hill, 7th, Washington. They might be coming there. So again, you've got a historic neighborhood, which I will readily say on the record I live in. Is that going to be dumping more traffic on streets that don't have that capacity? So I don't know the answer to that question, and you don't know the answer because we're not the transportation people.
That's right. So I'll let the experts step in for that at the.
So when he gets there. So
okay.
Vern, anything from you?
Nope.
You said
good.
your thing? Nope. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
We'll go on to the next person. Mr. Robinson, do you want to wait for a rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'll find my pile of names again here. It got dumped in all my papers, so I apologize. I know somebody's next, but I just don't know who it is.
No, we lost him. I guess that's the end of testimony.
Not on purpose, not on purpose. That's the ones, I put those to the, here we are. Okay, so I'm putting the ones that I've already looked to the side. William Gifford. And Claire Met, come on up.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is William Gifford. I live in Oregon City. I am not going to give arguments about what a great idea this is for the community. I think most of you know that. I'm not going to give an argument about the location of it because with the bookend concept of what's going on at the falls and what the potential of other things in the north end, I'm not going to talk about what an ideal location that is and how badly we need it.
But you're kind of doing it, though.
No, I wouldn't dream of talking about the advantages that it's going to have for our tourism and other effects. Furthermore, I am not an architect. I just want to be on the record. I am not an architect, and I would not have the hubris of trying to design a hotel. It's a huge task, or even the layout of it. Architecture is a specialized field. What I will talk about, and I know that you like to talk about criteria, excuse me, is one argument was proposed about the orientation of the main entrance, however you define that. Another other conversation was given about the appropriateness next to the historic building, the Hackett House. And I want to make two comments. One is there have been some very good examples of when the adjustments have been made. And I'll give one example as the Safeway store. The Safeway building has turned out to be a very nice addition to our community. It did not meet code, and there was a lot of problems given to that development because the main entrance did not abut the street that it was addressed on at that time of Molalla. It's turned out very well, despite the fact that it was against code when it was originally designed. And I think that serves as a good example. Another example is the Carnegie Library. It's difficult for me to know which the main entrance of that building is anymore, but
John Adams.
John Adams is the main entrance. And yet I have to say that I'm seeing a lot more people come in off of 6th Street than I am through taking the steps up John Adams. The historicity of the Carnegie Building, of course, can't be underestimated, but I think that the addition that has been made to it has been a tremendous asset to our community. And I think that the same can be said of this hotel. I do not think that, I think that it will be properly designed not to detract from the Hackett House. As a matter of fact, I suspect that 90% of the people in this city have never even heard of the Hackett House. And if anything, I think that the hotel, yeah, you would. I think that if anything, the hotel will call attention to that house and really do it a great service in letting people know more about the history of that particular area of our city. The orientation of that hotel, I think, is brilliant in the fact that it is minimizing the site obstruction from the freeway to the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. I think that the layout of that floor plan is brilliant. I like the design a lot. Architecture was my first major at university, but things changed, so I do have some appreciation into the skill of that discipline, and I admire the design a lot, and I certainly encourage you to get this done.
Thank you.
You done? Claire?
Yeah, finished.
Claire Met, Oregon City. Excuse me, it's been a while since I've on this side. Anyway, I am here as a citizen. I am on the Historic Review Board, but I'm here with my own personal opinions. I was ecstatic to hear when Dan and Mark, I first heard about this project. I've known both of them for years. They restored a couple of houses that we owned years and years ago. And I know everything that they do with a lot of integrity. And I know they're not, they're doing this, they're just partners in the project, but I know that what they do is a good project. And growth is inevitable. And it's surprising that we don't already have had another hotel. This, I think, with the direction that the city is going, similar to what William said as far as the bookends, that with the Willamette Falls project, it is something that's going to be very much in need. And I like the way that it has been positioned to where you just have the end of the building seen from Washington. That, to me, the impact seems a lot less. And it has, I believe, even though Denise made reference about people coming from everywhere, the easy access. It's not going through neighborhoods. A lot of the people that are going to be staying there, either through off the train or, coming in off of 213 or I-205 will make it, it's a great place to do that. And yeah, my last comment, we must be ready for the tourism that we're all working toward, attracting. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Unfortunately, none of that is criteria.
Oh, well.
That's okay. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. And William, if brilliance was a criteria, then we wouldn't be here tonight. The brilliance would have come out in the code, and we would just go, it's done. Exactly. So appreciate it. Carol Pauley and Mr. Jack Hammond, sir. So Carol's new, Jack is a repeat.
Yep.
It's whoever wants to go first.
Good evening. I'm Chairman Griff and entire Planning Commission. It's great to see everybody. I am Carol Pauley, a longtime Oregon City volunteer and currently the president of the Downtown Oregon City Association. So you all should have received a letter of support from the Downtown Oregon City Commission, but it's pretty brief, so I'm going to read it now to start out with. Dear Planning Commission, this letter is in support of the proposed Abernathy Place development. The included hotel is consistent with tourism goals, and the overall project acts as an important anchor at the north end of the downtown district. Maintaining pedestrian scale, active street-facing uses is the best possible outcome of new construction in the mixed-use downtown zone. The placement of the two buildings seems to maximize retail frontage and minimize the impacts of parking and vehicle circulation on a pedestrian-friendly landscape. By orienting the hotel in this way, it also preserves view corridors from I-205 to the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center. The hotel does not detract from the historical significance of the Hackett House. We believe this project is an excellent example of the type of development downtown could hope for, and we support its approval. Sincerely, Jonathan Stone, Executive Director, and our 16-member board. So on some personal notes, as a longtime volunteer of Oregon City and involved with a lot of historical aspects, I would like to state that I agree with the staff report that the criteria in general and detailed development plan are satisfied, and also that the staff report and approval criteria for adjustments are also satisfied. When we take into account our heritage sites, museums, business community, events, and of course our great Main Street program that is a national nominee for the Great American Main Street Award. I had to add that.
Shameless plug.
Yes, we're just a little bit proud of that. And the entire city tourism efforts. The relevance for the hotel and the proximity of historic downtown is a real need. This particular location, visible from 205 and located by transit hubs, the Amtrak station, 205 freeway, McLaughlin Street, Highway 213, and walking and bicycling distance to museums and historic downtown, as well as the elevator linking Midtown, along with the national site of the McLaughlin House, as well as other important landmarks, is a smart location. In tourism forums that I have attended, they all stress the need of an inventory of services like conference space, restaurants, shopping, and lodging. Examples of specific events that require inventory of these venues are the Oregon Main Street Conference, which we are hosting for the state of Oregon in October, another shameless plug. And
Other Main Street events, we have many. The First City, we have the 5K, and there are many other events and possible events that we can't really host now that we could if we had the inventory. For example, the League of Oregon Cities event, and even bigger ghost conferences and many other events. So I am personally in support of this, and I conclude by asking the Planning Commission to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jack Hammond. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Clackamas Heritage Partners. As I explained last month, I brought a letter from the board of directors that supported, without any equivocation, the application of both the general and the specific development plan for this project. We've gone over it in great detail, and they have satisfied all of our concerns. On the two modifications.
Can you tell us what your concerns were?
Pardon me?
Can you tell us what those concerns were?
Well, we wanted to make sure that there was no injury to the to our project. I mean, we are the stewards of the End of the Oregon Trail project and have been since the original management plan was adopted before construction started, and we've been very jealously protective of a really significant site, and we feel that that what has been presented to you takes into account all of our concerns. One of the things that was talked about at some length just a few minutes ago when Mr. Hill was here, your comments about being a little more specific as to the features of the hotel that would verify the historical nature of the EOT site, and we had included that in the letter that we had given you at the last meeting, and the source of that was in representations made by the applicants what they intended to do. We'd indicated that one of our findings, why we were supporting this particular proposal, is that features of the hotel development will consist of wood and native stone, classical architectural style, and historical references to EOT and the End of the Oregon Trail. I concur with what Mr. Hill said and what you said about those should be set out with greater specificity, and I'm sure that that can be accomplished easily. One of the key things that we pointed out at the last hearing was on the question of the height limitation, that of 45 feet within 500 feet of the End of the Oregon Trail property. That had come out of the original management plan. We had to figure out where did that come from. That was so long ago. Since that was included within your code, we subsequently have constructed the Clarion standards of the EOT, which are our hoops, and our hoops are 50 feet tall, and they're visible from I-205, and I-205 is the principal transportation link of out-of-state visitors, and we have a lot of those. They can spot at least generally, where they're trying to get to from the hoops. And the way that the buildings are situated, and I think Mr. Gifford did a really good job. I think it's a brilliant job as well, even though that isn't a standard. But it preserves the views of the hoops to vehicles traveling on I-205, so they can orient themselves. That's a critical issue for us. And it came up in discussion last time about, well, what if they change the reference of the buildings to paralleling our site, and we'd pointed out, well, if you did that, that would be a very large horizontal impediment to the view screen of our site from the freeway. You know, if you had it 45 feet across the entire length of the hotel, there would be a 5-foot view of the top of the hoops would be visible from the freeway, and that kind of visual orientation would be lost. So we're very happy about that variance of just that portion of the viewscape to allow them to have a sensible development pattern for their hotel. We think that this is just an outstanding project. Again, we've reviewed it very, very carefully, and with these appropriate conditions, I think it'll satisfy all of our concerns. Another really critical thing, and this was talked about at the last hearing as well, is the benefits that EOT is receiving from having a large modern hotel right at our doorsteps, and a hotel which is going to direct people to our site, as well as to the multitude of other historical sites within Oregon City, and certainly the Riverwalk. When I started practicing law in Oregon City in 1973, there was one motel hotel. It was the Dunes, which is now your Best Western Hotel. There is still one hotel in Oregon City. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense, particularly when you look to the amazing things that you've done in your Main Street improvement project. It's breathed new life into the city. We need a place for visitors, historical visitors, to be able to stay in Oregon City and take in the full breadth of the historical sites that are available to us. We've got an amazing legacy here, but you need to have people come here for a day or two and really understand the complexity and what a great historical tapestry there is before them. And you do that by giving them a place to stay. This hotel, I hope, is just the first of a number of hotels that are going to be built in Oregon City in the near future to take into account the historical importance of the city that's being amplified even more because of the Riverwalk development and the proposed National Heritage Site designation. So that's going to be a big deal, and you want to be able to accommodate the guests. And that's a benefit to the EOT. It's a benefit to all the historical sites in Oregon City.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah.
Nope.
Thank you for using that word correctly, historic and historical, because people do get them mixed up, but you're an attorney, so I know you would know the difference, but thank you.
I try.
Thank you. Jerry Herman. While you're coming up, I'm going to go grab some more water because my throat is dry. You need more water?
No, I'm good.
Hello, my name's Jerry Herman. I actually live in Gladstone. I'm very familiar with this site.
Jerry,
wait a minute.
Wait, okay, wait. All right.
Okay, now you can go.
All right, just to distribute a summary of my comments to you. My name's Jerry Herman. I live in Gladstone, but I know this region very well. Oregon City Cleanup and Enhancement, this doesn't apply to your criteria, but you need to hear this. Started its first work in this region in 1980, and for the first 10 years, we were cleaning up everything from this proposed site all the way down to Metro South Wetlands, which the nonprofit group I worked for at that time had built. My reason for making these comments now are I believe that this project is important to being a foundation to that area that was so degraded. When Home Depot was built, your planner at that time was Maggie Collins. She was the economic development director that came out of Milwaukee, and she was a planner at the time that Tony Conkle was an associate planner. She put a lot of criteria into Home Depot that would make it look different. By the way, Home Depot is almost 60 feet tall if you go in on the inside of it, all right? Your chair has made some comments about the importance of the integrity of the design, and I agree with those. The hoops we just discussed are over 50 feet above the ground. And we heard about that from Jack Hammond. The area that your chair talked about, Greenpoint, is misunderstood. Greenpoint was Oregon City's Skamakawe. Anyone been to Skamakawe? It's on the Columbia. It's where vessels came up, pulled their nets out, dried them. Indians gathered there historically before that time. It was a little fishing village, and that's what Greenpoint was before that large culvert was put in. At one time, it was the world's biggest culvert. It's still Oregon's biggest culvert. That is the culvert that drains Abernathy watershed, 22,000 square acres are drained by that culvert.
Another Oregon City.
I talked about Greenpoint being important. There's opportunities for interpretation there. Let me talk about the design. I am focusing my comments now on the criteria here. This design could invigorate 17th Street. Ever looked at 17th Street closely? It's a prison. You've got cyclone fences going every which way and no clear access, and I don't believe that the citizens of this area or the hotel goers would appreciate having it look the way it does. It's time to get busy and make in conjunction with the hotel, 17th Street more approachable. People being able to move onto Main Street from there could be a very good thing too. The Abernathy watershed goes right through there. A beautiful bridge was designed and executed in the last 10 years by our city. And of course, the watershed has been enhanced. If you're not aware of that, the chairman of our Natural Resource Committee, I've been a part of that founding group a long time ago, worked her tail off to reinvigorate landscapes right on the edge of Abernathy Creek that would be right adjacent and are to the Hackett House. All right? I want to talk for just a moment about the business of connectivity to other points. Clackamas Cove, I worked really hard to try to soften that design with the architect, with the developer and others, and our Natural Resource Committee and others have worked hard to make it even more integratable to the environment. There are some real opportunities from this hotel site to approach all the way down to Metro South Wetland. Anyone seen that wetland? It's ugly. It was beautiful at one time, and you're going to hear from me about putting something on the agenda to approach Metro to get that thing looking the way it was supposed to look as a public asset. Right behind it are 12 acres of built wetlands that I call Kreshire wetlands, because Nancy Kreshire was forced and actually was very much in support of seeing those areas built as mitigation for all the improvements that were being made for the future approaches to Rossman's landfill. That area alone is worth walking to if you could imagine it being part of the hotel circuit. Jack Hammond talked about the nearby End of the Oregon Trail, which is a wonderful facility that's getting better and better as time goes by, more usership all the time. A nice walkway across Washington Street to that asset's really important. Behind that asset is 800 feet of new trail, representing the End of the Oregon Trail experience that you can actually enjoy now too. So the walking and connectivity issues with this hotel, I don't know whether they've been addressed or not. I wasn't here before, so I don't know if they were, but I think they're very important. I think that the building design, this height issue, it looks a lot different than the designs I saw. I put a reference in here to Monarch Motor Hotel because the design concepts I saw earlier looked like the Monarch Motor Hotel, which is still a fine hotel in Clackamas County, but it was designed to relate to a pasture, which is now the Clackamas Town Center, and it has a totally different feel. I see a design that's changing a lot that looks a lot more attractive.
Design of the Monarch Hotel is good?
In the past, it fit that landscape, but now it does not.
No,
and what I saw earlier, iterations of the designs here looked a little bit like that. They look a lot more softer and more attenuated.
Dated.
Yeah. All right. So the last thing I want to talk about, though, is some of the issues related to history, historical, and heritage. And, you know, in this area, no one's interpreted the railroad. Ben Holiday built Oregon. There are people that preceded Ben Holiday, like Dr. John McLaughlin, Jason Lee, and many others. But Ben Holiday brought commerce into this area, both by steamboat and especially railroads. And we got a depot there. Wouldn't it be interesting if part of the theme in the landscape that should be properly screening and providing vistas. You've talked about the Hackett House being important. I'm suggesting about that in just a moment. But Ben Holiday might be a new person to celebrate because no one else has. Now, he was a kind of a tough guy, but he got things done. And the depot being right next door, the bike shop, a part of the depot and so forth experience, End of the Oregon Trail right across the street could make a really interesting set of interpretive opportunities for people to enjoy. Now, regarding that Hackett House, someone a long time ago when we were developing the Environmental Learning Center at the college says, you're trying to screen out everything. And I was going through art school then, pre-landscape architecture, design stuff and so forth. I kind of thought artists are crazy. They accused me of having horovacui, fear of empty space. Horovacui, because I was trying to fill up all the areas with mounding and other issues. If the Hackett House is already above the ordinary high water line and certainly above the 50-year flood level, the high flood levels that we've talked about. Had some berming integrated between it and the hotel. I think there's all sorts of vistas and so forth that you begin to pick up on. There's some beautiful trees at the Hackett House. Dan Fowler had us prune those trees many years ago, our youth groups, and there's some beautiful trees that I hope that the intention would be to retain. So I'm going to conclude my remarks with saying I think we need this asset. I think there's higher facilities around in the area that were built some time ago. I think that the opportunity for this facility to improve connectivity is here, and I really want to see the prison remodeled called 17th Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Nope. We're good.
All right.
You just confirmed what I said about Green Point, so that's okay. Jim Nocita.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm James Nocita. I live in Oregon City, and I'm glad Pete has this slide up. It changes my presentation sequence a bit, but so be it. I want to talk first about the issue of variances versus adjustments. And I want to point out first that this slide doesn't include the code section that it comes from. It's actually from, as you might guess, though, by the title, it comes from our master plan section in OCMC 17.65. And as the first paragraph says, a request for an adjustment to one or more applicable developments regulations under this section. Well, this section is 17.65, so it seems to me that those approval criteria only apply to adjustments being requested that are listed in the development standards within 17.65. But not all the adjustments that are being requested as part of this project are in 17.65. Some of them are in the design review, site plan and design review, 17.62. 17.62 has its own section on adjustments in 1762.015. And there's a very, I think, applicable statement in here that I mentioned in a written comment that I submitted, which says as follows. This is 17.62015. Adjustments to use-related development standards such as floor area ratios, intensity of use, size of the use, number of units or concentration of uses are required to go through the variance process pursuant to 17.60.020. Now, that size of the use standard, I think, comes into play when you talk about the height restriction, which is in yet another code section, in the MUD section of 17.34. So I think there's a question. There are a number of adjustments. Which of these variance and adjustment standards applies to which of those adjustment requests? I would think that at a minimum, since the primary entranceway standard is itself in 17.62, the site plan and design review section, that it would be considered under 17.62015. The height restriction, which one would apply, since, you know, it's in a third section of the code. I would submit that 17.62015 would also apply in that case because it is a use issue or criteria relating to the size of the use of the structure. So good luck to all of you sorting that out. So for my other comments, I have submitted now into the record for your review both the original 1990 end of the Oregon Trail Master Plan and the 1996 update. And I hope that all of you before the 25th will really take the time to read both documents. And I hope it will inspire you to what a really, really wonderful vision it is. I kind of, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking to see all of the setbacks that our end of the trail interpretive center suffered over the years, beginning in 1990 when it, you know, they started the planning process, be it funding shortages, floods, you know, winds blowing off the hoops, management issues, and it closed down in 2009 briefly.
The locusts.
Or frogs.
But
any frogs.
If you take a longer view of things, plus the fact that it is, as has been mentioned, it is very much on the comeback trail. I am personally, you know, inspired by the vision, the comeback, the possibility for synergy with the Willamette Falls Legacy Project. I think a couple of folks before me mentioned bookends and, you know, getting that tourist traffic into downtown through a shuttle between both projects and supporting our downtown merchants. But I don't think the end of the trail master plan is done with. I think it is an active part of our plan. It is still within referenced in our downtown community plan, which is an ancillary plan to our adopted comprehensive plan. On page 17, I've actually put the downtown plan in the record. Downtown plan, page 17, says, new construction in the end of the Oregon Trail District will be guided by the end of the Oregon Trail Master Plan. That's a pretty affirmative statement. Downtown Community Plan, page 45, references that, as I mentioned last time, a third set of guidelines, the end of the Oregon Trail District Guidelines, 1991, are incorporated by reference. Now, there's an issue here. I had requested these guidelines through the Public Records Act, and Katie Riggs emailed me today saying that after an exhaustive search, the city could not find their copy. I think that sets up a real issue with how do you review this application if you cannot find applicable guidelines. I'd like to make one suggestion based on what I heard from Mr. Hammond. He called CHP the stewards of the whole Oregon Trail planning process, or master planning effort and construction of the trail center. I can't imagine that they don't have a copy of these design guidelines in their own records and archives. And I would hope that upon request from this commission, or upon request from staff, that they would willingly and freely provide a copy to the city so that those guidelines can be duly applied as part of this master planning process. I would think that they would be, as the stewards, wanting to be actively providing those to act as the steward of that vision. Couple of points. The planning documents themselves, because they are kind of incorporated by the downtown community plan, serve as context for the decisions you are making on individual criteria. Mr. Robinson has been a pretty good tutor for me over the past 2 years on the deference that the Supreme Court and Court of Appeals has granted to municipal governments in land use decisions, specifically the Cyprian versus City of Medford case, which he may mention at some point during this proceeding. And it does grant all of you a lot of deference in your interpretation of these criteria. However, it's not absolute. It is a specific formula whereby you interpret your code and plan according to canons of statutory construction and context that are provided through other planning documents or legal canons of statutory construction. Context can include other parts of the code, and they can include the comprehensive plan. And another case that I'm sure Ms. Richter is well aware of is a case called Baker versus Milwaukee. That case was basically the case that let us all know that under our land use planning system, it is the comprehensive plan that controls. If there's any conflict between the comprehensive plan and local zoning provisions, it's the plan that controls. So both of these cases provide context for how you make specific decisions on the criteria in this case, specifically in the site planning and design review, regarding things like materials, et cetera, as you proceed towards the 25th. And here's some of that context from the 1996 plan, page 43. Accurate recreation or representation of building structures of the original early Oregon City town site, page 44. A major planning and design criterion has been to create a sense of historic place, a historic enclave, buffered from some surrounding contemporaneous uses. I heard Mr. Hill, and I appreciated his presentation, But I think I do take a little bit of exception to his use of the term Disneyland. He seemed to be implying that if we adhere to the end of the Oregon Trail District guidelines or try to have this hotel proposal adhere to the historic character of what the plan provides for, it will be a Disneyland. And he showed my graphic, my sketch. But I will point out, if you haven't noticed them or read them, that sketch was accompanied by other documentation. There was an essay, and I also provided some samples of East Lake architecture because my interpretation of what the site review and site design guidelines require is that because the hotel would be next to the Hackett House, that it would, share the architectural style of the Hackett House, which is East Lake. And I want to kind of emphasize something I said in that essay I wrote that's in the record. East Lake can be a very simple style. You don't have to spend a lot of money on it. And in its simplicity, a good architect can use the East Lake style base to create something new and modern that still captures the I'm going to mispronounce this, the historicity of past styles while still being modern. I don't think that having respect for our heritage is necessarily going to lead to Disneyland. So I think the last point I'm going to make is on the Goal 5 issue. I'd appreciate that the commission pay attention to Plan Policy 5.4.12 in our comprehensive plan. That says use a watershed scale assessment when reviewing and planning for the potential effects from development, whether private or public, on water quality and quantity entering streams. The reason I point that out is I think there's an assumption in this application, both on the part of staff and on the applicant's part, that the only Goal 5 resource that you have to pay attention to is Abernathy Creek. However, this project will be creating a storm drain into the existing city storm drain that goes out of Outfall 1 within Clackamas Cove. And Clackamas Cove is a Goal 5 resource. And so I think Clackamas Cove needs to be considered. Commissioner Espy is shaking his head, but
Clackamas Cove is not a Goal 5 resource.
Well, it's on the Goal 5 overlay.
It's not on the map.
What's that?
It's not on the map.
Well, it's in the record now. I guess the record will show us if it is or it isn't. But even if you consider outside of Goal 5, that stormwater discharge is going to have an impact on the anadromous fish species that are in the Clackamas River and the Willamette River. I've included in the record a report on the habitat restoration of Clackamas Cove that has some scientific research on the impact of toxics in stormwater on salmon health, specifically metals and other chemicals. And they are concerned about those discharges from Outfall 1 within the Cove project, because this project is also discharging out of Outfall 1 into the Cove, that I think the same considerations that have been at issue in the Cove project would also be at issue in this case. Thank you.
Any questions? Wait.
Sit.
One more question.
Several more. First, I've looked at the earlier submitted into the Oregon Trail plan, the one with all the pioneers on the cover.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Because you got that to us in enough time for me to look through it. Can you show me the chain, or iterate again the chain of how this private document, I mean, it's a public, but I mean, it's a private agency created this document, how we in the city are bound by it?
Okay.
I don't know if he can answer that.
I can. Well, I can. Yeah, I can. Because I've been researching this a lot, and that's why I was so fascinated on the heartbreaking stuff. What, and other people who've been around longer than me can correct me if I'm wrong. The master plan of 90 and 96 were mostly under the auspices of the Oregon Trail Foundation, which is the predecessor to Clackamas Heritage Partners. Right. During the 1990s, there were a number of public planning processes that talked about the end of the trail master plan and how to implement it in Oregon City. And the key are, again, these design guidelines, because it wasn't the Oregon Trail Foundation that developed the design guidelines. It was the city that got a Metro Enhancement Grant in 1991 to develop the design guidelines. And I'm going to submit into the record some minutes I found where a planning staff member named Denise McGriff said that these design guidelines were going to be, quote unquote, the cornerstone of the end of the Oregon Trail development. Okay. The design guidelines, as far as I can tell, and I shared this with Pete, I've never seen during those two planning processes for the two master plans where the design guidelines actually got adopted in a legal manner. Okay. I think that occurred when they were incorporated by reference into the downtown community plan, which is a city plan. Okay, that went through a public planning process. And the fact that the current comprehensive plan treats the 1999 downtown community plan as an ancillary planning document, and that document in turn incorporates by references the 1991 design guidelines. I think they're legally applicable guidelines.
I would think that would have to be adopted individually.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I just
you were here
looking at the document. I couldn't see any indication from what you'd given me how, and this is where my head was, how this private industry or business can impose conditions on this private business when they don't even own, they don't even own the land that this business is on.
Yeah.
So that's why I was looking for how you're using those documents to make any sort of connection to impose.
And I think it's important, and that's one of the reasons I included in the record the ordinance that adopted, well, there were two ordinances that adopted the 2004 comprehensive plan, one that adopted it, one that amended it the same year. I can't find a signed copy of the adopting ordinance, so I submitted the second one.
And then if you're saying that after you go from A to B to C, that the master plan is supposed to be the dominant planning criteria, then are you also saying that that the only thing that can happen is that where the current golf driving range is it can only become a farm or some other livestock interpretive center? Because the master plan says.
Well, the 1996 plan, if I remember correctly, retracted the physical area.
It's the one that's got the picture.
What's that?
It's the one that's got the map that says that the golf course is a living history farm.
The golf course was a holding.
I'm just saying, Yeah, and that
Draft, that's not the document.
it is the document. It's direct.
My recollection is
48.
the 1996 plan retracted the landfill to a future study area.
Well, not,
It might be on a different map.
yeah, but that also means that across the street where this hotel is proposed, visitor services. So the only thing that can happen there is what?
Service.
A hotel?
Well, I think that's one of the points I made during the first hearing, was that this hotel is well planned. I mean, I think it's well timed also for this era we're in, with like the Legacy project. But I think it's also well placed, because as far as locational references of the visitor services in the plan, the master plan, it works. I mean, it satisfies the planning.
So what is your issue with the hotel and as it's currently designed in the master plan? What is, I mean, other than materials?
Yeah, I guess if you read them as a whole, the master planning documents speak to a sense of place and an authenticity of Oregon City as a place, as the place that has the honor and the responsibility of being the end of the Oregon Trail. I mean, a lot of these are, obviously judgment calls and subjective. When you think about authenticity of materials.
Oop, time out. She's going to change this.
Shape change.
Okay.
Oh, is it midnight yet?
Oh, we got 45 minutes before it.
Yeah, I'm missing.
Why are we changing? She's looking
CETA
for it.
comments.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Denise, how many more people do we have?
One.
Thank you.
That's weird.
I don't know if she's still here.
Try it again.
Read the name.
I'm not going to be able to.
Documents, CETA comments.
No announcements tonight.
You don't get to look at it.
I've got a babysitting problem.
Let's call him up. We'll just call him up and see if he's there.
I need to stretch my hip.
Oh, God. I remember who gave this to you. I can't read this.
Didn't get this.
Because I'm not. And there's no women.
Start 3A. Sitting here so long.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's a B or an A. There's nobody here. So there may only be one.
Okay.
Okay.
Three B.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you, Tim. You got that nice little reprieve to think.
Sure.
I mean, you can understand what.
I appreciate the effort that's gone into the design, and however, when you kind of get down to the nitty-gritty, most of that hotel consists of synthetic prefabricated siding panels.
Right.
Okay, that's kind of like the main issue. There's nothing authentic about synthetic prefabricated siding panels.
Even that's like it's not.
I mean, that can be at any freeway interchange in the country. And we have, to go back to the planning process, we have gone through a long process to develop a development code and a municipal code whereby, for example, there's the provision that was cited at the first meeting where, chain hotel designs have to yield to,
And you want them to yield a little more than they have.
much more,
That's fine. I mean, I just want to understand.
That's there. You gotta.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just it's like 90, actually about 400 pages of stuff to review. And I want to know what is my focus, or am I going to end up chasing something that has nothing to do with the arguments.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I would say that using one thing to look like another thing goes back to prehistory, because Mount Vernon looks like it's nice granite blocks and it's really wood with notches cut in it to make it look like big granite blocks. So even back then they knew how to fake it.
But also, I mean, the design style of that building looks nothing like anything that was developed in the...
And I'm just going to fling this out. If they did something like took the stairwells and made them look like the turret on the lake house style, so that it was, you know, they ended up with the, because the Hackett House has that.
I think that would be a significant advance, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the sort of things you're looking for, as opposed to don't use yellow and red, do blue and dark brown or whatever.
No.
All right.
And that's, by the way, want to mention, because Damon mentioned the survey. One of the reasons I put the survey in there was because it shows what was the Clackamas Bottomlands before development. And this parcel was in the Clackamas Bottomlands. I wanted to raise that, I wanted to illustrate something that was in there about stormwater and stormwater retention and infiltration. The application mentions that the soils are impermeable and that they can't do infiltration. And I'm kind of curious why that is, because, you know, 100 years ago when it was a big wetland, that was pretty permeable. And I'm wondering if it's compacted fill that is causing the impermeable nature of, you know, and how far do you, I mean, if you drop the dry well 3 feet, would you get through that impermeable fill down to, you know, the really permeable part? So I just want to throw that out there.
I'll say anecdotally, before it was a landfill, my dad used to run around down there and catch frogs, and he complained about the clay. Or actually, Mom and Dad complained about the clay because he used to live in the Greenpoint area, and they would go catch frogs, come home and make a mess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That may be the result.
The issue. Okay, that's a good point. All right. Oh, you have another question.
No, I don't know. No, I don't remember. Forget it.
I got one question, Denise.
Yes, sir.
Jim or Mr. Nocita, what do you prefer?
Jim's fine.
Okay. I get the feeling that you support this, and yet I get the feeling that on technicalities, you don't. I'm a little confused. Do you support the project or don't you?
As I said at the first hearing, I very, very much support the idea of a hotel on this site. And I guess I disagree with you on technicalities because for example, getting to the adjustments, when you ask for so many adjustments that, you're not complying with the code anymore. You know, I guess the technicalities, we have a code.
How do you know that, Jim?
Huh?
How do you know we're not complying with the code? That's your opinion.
Wait. The reason there's adjustment is so you don't have to comply with the code provision.
Question, or we're having a debate?
I mean, when you take all of the code provisions in their ensemble, I guess every one of them would be called a technicality. But they were formulated as an ensemble so that our values in the comprehensive plan would be translated into bricks and mortar. That's the issue. I mean, I think that the planning vision for this area is the planning vision of being the end of the Oregon Trail. And if all of the technicalities, in other words, our code, were respected for their intent, that you would get something that reflects the values of the comprehensive plan and these master plans. But if you start asking for an adjustment here and a variance here, pretty soon I think you lose, what the vision is for the area. So, thank you.
Eric? Sir, come on.
All right, I thought there was one more in front of me. Well,
Nope.
thank you very much, Derek Mutson, Green Box Architecture. I'd like to touch on three items: facade articulation, the Washington Street entrance, and historical appropriateness. All things are...
In historic appropriateness or historical appropriateness? Historical refers to an event or something that happened there. So you mean historic?
Historic.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'd like to point your attention to the first rendering over here, the first on the left.
Pete's head.
Yeah, we said the one that looks like Pete's head.
Sure. Now, if we were to take a strict interpretation of the municipal code, Lloyd Hill could have pulled that facade out a full 7 feet in a large mass to run 20% of that facade. And it would have looked horrible. But he did a creative approach that I think meets the intent. And he may be a few inches off, but he put a lot of time and skill and effort into that facade to get something that's really elegant. He's switched up the materials. He has a number of plane changes, and I believe it meets the intent of the code. And worthy of a variance. Excuse me, not a variance, an adjustment. On the Washington Street entrance, that is a tough situation. Speaking from an architect's perspective, and mind you, I have no dog in this fight. I just like good designs, which is we're now looking at the second rendering from the left. You've got a sloping sidewalk coming down along the street there. Granted, it's no Coney Island, and it's no Spicer Brothers. It's not even Super Torta. But you look at those facades and go, oh gosh, is that really what we're after in this? I look at that facade and I'm pretty darn impressed. That's nicer than most commercial entrances we have in most commercial buildings, and not even counting old and dated buildings we have in the city. That's nicer than most of the ones that are getting built right now. I think that's very elegant. It has an appropriate scale for a pedestrian entrance. It has canopies. It has a whole lot of glazing. It activates the street edge. And though there are details that need to be worked out, such as what that historic interpretation is going to be, that really does come further down the line in the detail stage. I'm pretty impressed with how much he's put into that to come out with something that's pretty darn elegant. And then I'll talk about the Hackett House. That's a building I've spent a lot of time in, driven by several times. And so for those of you who don't know, I spent 7 years on the Historic Review Board. I chaired it for 3 or 4, and happened to be there when this came through for both design advice and our opinion on the historic appropriateness of the design solution.
Can you sorry, can I interrupt? Can you clarify, are you speaking for the Historic Review?
I am not speaking for the Historic Review Board. I'm speaking from my own opinion.
Just want to clarify for the record.
Our firm has worked on a number of historic buildings, so that's our background. And I do have some recollection of what was discussed in those meetings. And I would like to second what Lloyd had said, that we had given direction that we didn't think it was appropriate for him to wrap the hotel around the house, surrounding it on 2 sides with a very large hotel and a fairly ugly car shop in front of it was just more distracting than we care to see. What they have done is left the site of that house largely untouched. Some of the large established trees are staying in place. The house is not moving. I think it's an A. Praise the Lord. When I saw that potential of that moving, where else could it go that it would have as much prominence? I mean, we've all driven north on Washington Street. As you're coming up towards 17th, it's very prominent because of the angles of those streets and how they intersect. So the massing and element that comes up towards the south of the house, it's wonderful. It is going to have a backstrap behind it, but mind you, that's a separate site. I was very thankful that they kept the curb line essentially in place of the existing parking lot and changed everything west of that parking lot rather than trying to infringe on the house any more than than was necessary. So I'm really excited about the potential here. I see that the adjustments that they make are minor and fitting with the intent of the municipal code, having designed several buildings in Oregon City to that code. The quality of the design is exceptional, and I would ask you to take that into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want to talk, or do you want to hold your rebuttal for next time?
I've been here for 4.5 hours.
Me too. Well, I appreciate it, but I'm going to turn over temporarily because I'm sorry, but I need to get up.
That's fine.
So just want you to know. I'll come back and watch the tape.
Good evening, Chairman Griffin, members of the commission. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm an applicant on behalf of I'm a land use attorney on behalf of the applicant. So I appreciate how long you've been here tonight, and I'll try and be brief. And we do have the opportunity to come back and speak to you on the 25th of September, which we'll do. And we also have the opportunity to provide you with written testimony, which we'll do as well. So let me begin with a couple of initial comments. I submitted a letter dated September 11th to you today. It has 7 exhibits. I didn't submit it to you with the sense that you would read it tonight. I thought the hearing would be continued, so you'll have an opportunity to take a look at it. We made a number of points in that letter responding to Mr. Nacita's earlier testimony, including his assertions that certain OCMC provisions weren't properly applied by the applicant. The applicant would appreciate your reading the letter. I think it clarifies how those criteria, yes, sir. I think it clarifies how those criteria are being properly applied by the applicant. Secondly, we're not waiving our final written argument. We'll talk to you about how we have an open record period, if at all, at the end of the hearing on the 25th. And lastly, your staff's asked for an extension of the 120-day period. We're happy to grant a 14-day extension of the 120-day period, which is the amount of the continuance. So let me turn to Mr. Nacita's testimony. Actually, I want to do something else. I want to talk about the End of Oregon Trail Plan. This is the 91 version. And I have to confess, this is one of the most gorgeous planning documents I've ever seen in my career. I'm very impressed with the skill and the care and the obvious affection for the topic that went into it. But it's not a planning document in a regulatory sense for this application. It's just not. And that doesn't demean what the city wanted to do with the End of the Oregon Trail. It doesn't demean what a good document it is, how well written it is. But we're here to talk about approval criteria. And I should say, it's one thing to put volumes of documents into the record. They're only relevant if the person putting them in tells you what the issues are. And so far, you really haven't heard an explanation why all of these documents have come into the record. I'm sure we'll be offered that explanation. But just because the document's in the record doesn't make it particularly relevant to an approval criterion. The person raising the issue has to explain with specificity why it's relevant to an approval standard. But here I'm reading from page small Roman numeral 3 of the 91 plan. It says, quote, "The purpose of the master plan for the End of the Oregon Trail is to develop the theme and interpretive content, as well as its design concepts, capital construction costs, schedule for implementation, attendance estimates, financial expectations, and a proposed management/operation structure." It has nothing to do with regulating ground that's not the End of the Oregon Trail Center. So to the extent that someone asserts that it's a regulatory plan, I think you need to question very carefully how that is and what language in that document leads that person to that conclusion. I'd also note that while the 91 version of the plan was expressly incorporated by the Downtown Community Plan, that's not true for the 1996 plan, or at least it's not true to the extent I can find anything relevant to that. So I'm not offering an explanation for why that's the case, but documents are either part of the plan as ancillary documents because they're specifically incorporated, or they're actually part of the plan. The 1991 End of Oregon Trail is incorporated by reference to another plan that's an ancillary document to the comprehensive plan. I don't believe the same can be said for either the 96 version or the design guidelines. But one other point I want to make about the End of the Oregon Trail, it says two things which are really relevant to the extent we're talking about context, quite relevant to the application before you. On page 80, it talks about the need for this area around the end of the Oregon Trail Center to offer visitor center accommodations, including inns, bed and breakfast, professional and business offices. So it points to the desire to have a hotel in exactly the location that this applicant proposed one be located. The other thing it does, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find the right language. Oh, yeah, page 43 of the plan. It says, the end of the Oregon Trail interpretive experience begins off-site on the major highway, which is I-205. Visitor anticipation will increase if glimpses of white-topped wagons and livestock trundling across the meadow are seen from the adjacent highway. That's what Mr. Hammond has told you twice, first on August 14th and again tonight. The location of the hotel, which requires an adjustment, allows the end of the Oregon Trail Center to be viewed from the highway, which is recognized as an important feature by this plan. So let me then talk a little bit about Mr. Neceda's testimony. He asserts that the applicant's required to make an application for variances instead of adjustments. That's incorrect. When you look at the language in 1762-015, it's talking about things that have to do with use standards, not dimensional standards like setbacks or heights. So I think you clearly have, and if this goes up on appeal to the City Commission, they clearly have the ability to interpret their code and find that, in fact, it's not the things that the applicants requested adjustments for are not excluded from that list of kinds of things that are excluded, or it's not included in the list of things that are excluded. As I said before, although Mr. Niceda submitted the two versions of the End of Oregon Trail plan into the record, there's no explanation about how their approval criteria and how they're related to this application. I think Commissioner maybe asked a good question. Explain to us how this private document regulates land apart from the land that it controls. That's not answered in the testimony I've heard tonight, and I think, in fact, if you look at the language of the document, it doesn't do that. Mr. Niceda asserts that there's something called an End of Oregon Trail District. There's no End of Oregon Trail District mentioned in the comprehensive plan nor in this document. So it's certainly not reflected on your land use regulation maps that your City Commission has adopted. He mentioned a couple of important Oregon Supreme Court cases. Baker v. City of Milwaukee says that if you have a conflict between the land use regulations and the comprehensive plan, the plan controls. But the starting point is you have to have a conflict, and I haven't heard that there's a conflict yet. What you actually have in many cases is the plan saying that the city needs to take certain actions to implement its vision, and those actions have occurred by the adoption of various standards and land use regulations, and that's one of the things we've explained in our letter. He noted that there was an issue with respect to land Plan Goal 5 Policy 5.4.12. We have a letter that came into the record I think it was today, from Tom Sissel, who's the project engineer, who explains how the applicant, yes sir, how the applicant addressed the stormwater criteria. And just a couple of other points. Mr. Niceda said towards the end of his testimony in response to a question from Commissioner Mahoney that when you're asking for so many adjustments, you aren't complying with the code. I think the opposite is true for two reasons. One, if you look at the slide before you, sub 2 says you have to address the cumulative effect of adjustments if you're asking for more than one adjustment. So the code recognizes that if you have more than one adjustment, you have to explain how the cumulative effect of those adjustments allows you to comply, nevertheless, with the purpose of the zone in this case. So the code anticipates that you may have more than one adjustment. It's entirely appropriate. The other argument I'd make is that the reality is no code, no matter how well written, is going to anticipate every development project. And that's why you have adjustments. It's up to this commission to decide, are the adjustments met or are they not? And again, that's why, at the encouragement of your staff, we went through a couple of iterations of the adjustment responses to make sure we properly address them, and that's what ended up before you. So we appreciate your time tonight. I'm sorry this has gone on for so long. We hope that you'll continue the hearing to the 25th of September. We'll come back and provide additional oral and written testimony. And as I said, the applicant extends the 120-day period by 14 days, and we appreciate your time tonight.
Hang on just a second.
One quick thing that is, one of the things that's submitted, the applicant's requested revisions to the recommended conditions of approval reference adjustments 5, 6, and 7. So at some point, can we get appropriate numbers, get them realigned.
Commissioner, maybe I agree with you, and I talked to Mr. Hill about this. The reason 7 is referenced is we were going to ask for an adjustment related to phase 2, and we didn't do that. And I think we nevertheless referred to it as 6 and 7. There are 6 adjustments, and we'll correct that reference when we come back.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that, that we've got them all in the right order, because we don't need that confusion to perpetuate itself.
Understood.
Thank you.
Well, before you go, I just want to say that one of the cornerstones of this particular group of people that I happen to have the privilege of sitting with is that everything everybody has to say is important. And I recognize that it's late, but in my mind, it's important that everybody get to say what they need to say. Everybody. So again, if you're not a night owl like me, this is probably torture for you, but I'm just kind of getting going about this time of night personally. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do appreciate everybody that's been here, and I appreciate your patience.
We couldn't agree with you more.
It's important, and I'm real interested in everything everybody has to say, because it's part of the decision-making process. So again, I appreciate it, and there's no need for you to apologize.
I didn't, and I won't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion that we extend PC 7. Nope, you want to? Yeah, got
no, I just thought we were going to communications.
Okay,
we
no.
We have to have a motion.
That we continue PC 17097, Abernathy Place Hotel and Mixed Use Development and associated planning files until date certain of September 25th.
And I'm seconding it.
Oh. We both did.
All in favor? Aye. It carries.
Hey, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Johnson.
So that was DM and DM.
Yep.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye. Commissioner Mahoney.
Yes.
Commissioner Espy.
Yes.
Commissioner Henkin.
Aye.
Commissioner Maybe.
Aye.
Commissioner Guile.
You changed the order now. I'm confused.
Yeah, I know.
Aye.
We do that on purpose. Do it on
Chairman
purpose.
Griff?
Awake.
Aye. And as much as I want to hear them, could we suspend the communications?
I did have one specific communication. If you could just do a quick update on that.
No.
Well, it has to do with
I'll say it before you finish this.
No, I'm kidding.
There was a question about the sanitary sewer moratorium. We still have one sanitary sewer moratorium in effect. If you recall, we started with 7. It's the Hazelwood area. The fixes are in the design stage right now. And so we anticipate completing that in spring of next year. So we're thinking October-ish of 2018, the design fix would be completed, and then the subsequent moratorium would be lifted. The other thing is that I'll give you an update next time on other applications that you've seen and what's happened since they've left you. The last thing I wanted to talk about is just to inform you of a subdivision that's we'd requested be called up to the City Commission. So for subdivisions, as you recall, there's type 2 staff level decision. And we had a subdivision that had a related question to the charter. And so we extended, we did a typical subdivision review. We had a public comment period that opened and closed. And then we asked the City Commission to pull up that decision. When they pull it up, then the idea is that they could take a comprehensive look at that and address the question of how the proposal is affected by the charter. And it seems a little bit odd because it didn't go through Planning Commission. But if you were to just have had the regular subdivision application, if that would have been appealed, it would have gone to the City Commission, so they would never go to you anyway. And the reason why we asked the City Commission to pull it up was because it's really a policy decision based on interpreting the charter.
So is that going to be very specifically and narrowly focused on that particular policy issue, or are they going to review the, because
they're doing the whole thing now.
They're not used to doing it. I'm not criticizing the City Commission, but they don't have a lot of expertise in reviewing subdivisions.
So that's a good thing about subdivisions, that there's such clear and objective standards, which is why that we do them on a type 2 level. So we'll have the staff report similar to how we have recommendations.
Yeah, I think that's I think they're looking for a can of worms. I don't envy them having to do that.
I don't either, but I'm really appreciative that they took it up because We all know that it's difficult to review land use matters, and particularly when there's these other side questions regarding charter and things like that. So my hat's off to them for reviewing it in a public process, which also provides additional opportunity for public to comment, because we reopen the public comment period and we provide opportunity to comment in person rather than in writing. So we're having a work session tomorrow here at 5:30. And one of the items on the work session is to look narrowly at the charter and how the application is affected by the charter. We're going to have a city commission hearing on October 18th where we look at the whole package, and that's where we'll have public comment. We do not anticipate any public comment tomorrow at the work session. It's just walking through the legalities of the charter and how the application complies. That's the only update I wanted to give it to you today, since we're having the work session tomorrow.
And Laughlin-Kanema Trail meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Oh, so just acknowledgement that it did skip the planning commission. It would always skip the planning commission anyway, because you go from staff decision to city commission. But that's all I have. I'll give you updates on other development going on around town next time when it's not midnight.
Thanks for the moratorium update.
Yeah, thank you.
There was a moratorium that happened around the area of Holmes Lane and near Singer Creek Park and all of that area that was still.
That was part of
That's the one that's left.
Pardon?
That's the one that's left.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, well, you said a different name street, and I thought.
Hazelwood is like what we have
okay.
referenced.
All right. I know where Hazelwood is, but I don't think that area is Hazelwood. Okay, that's the one I thought was still in effect, because somebody asked me about that the other day, and I said, no, there's no development that can occur here because there is no sewer capacity. Somebody owns some property on Holmes Lane, and it's fairly large, and I said, no, there's no development can occur.
I do have a map that we can enter in if you want to take a look at it too, or sure. You can.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your time tonight. And the gavel is closed.
Thank you.
Shoot, we're like.